Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Nithyanam, everybody. Sorry for the technical glitch. Nithyanam, everybody. Sorry for the technical glitch. Let us now enter into the next segment, the power manifestation. In today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan, all of us will be receiving the initiation into the third eye awakening and various other powers with the blessings and the grace of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. We'll be manifesting the powers of third eye, such as body scanning and thought current scanning. So let us understand what exactly are the Shaktis. In the Vedagamas, which are the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to manifest all the 463 powers of Paramashiva. Manifesting powers are described as a science, a method for human beings to explore the various possibilities and powers and have access to various states of consciousness. The Shaktis manifest from the fundamental cognition you are a divine and you need to manifest divine, not that you are a man and you need to reach divine. The Shaktis express from the space of enlightenment and they are the source of enlightenment, whereas siddhis are powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis happen on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis of Paramashiva manifest through ordinary human beings in an extraordinary way just after the initiation from the avatar. Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are not, and Siddhis have the potential to divert you from enlightenment. Let us learn about Paramashiva.
Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent Swam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or five cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, through Bhava, pulling out of illusion, Anugraha, liberating grace for all living entities. The supreme power of Hinduism is Their Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as 1008 living incarnation representative of Paramashiva and the reviver of KAILASA, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization nation, the great cosmic borderless in the nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. It was where the science of enlightenment and powers was lived and taught as a lifestyle. For the first time in modern day, SPH is reviving these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record breaking never accomplished before.
The knowledge and the science of manifesting these Shaktis are passed down from one generation to the next through Diksha or the initiations by the enlightened gurus. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, being recognized as an incarnation at a very young age, was trained and taught these sciences to revive the initiations and the knowledge repositories for billions to manifest the science of our manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra and Sri Vidya, Yoga and Yogic powers, Mantra Shastra, Siddha Vidya, Science of Aushada, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashiva Jnana, and Paramashiva Vijnana. So, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis in us? When every truth, which is the jnana, is mapped into your consciousness, which is the prajnana, it manifests as the power and the possibility of every being. The science of power manifestation is authenticated through four aspects of evidences or pramanas. The first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal and unchangeable truths. These are the source scriptures. And the next is the Apta Pramana. The experiences and the results of Aptas are authorities of Hinduism, the Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified the science. The next is the Atma Pramana, which is the personal experience of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And fourth is the Pratyaksha Pramana, which is the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. The Vedas are the ultimate superior authority for Hindus. Vedas are the pure science where the ultimate truths are explained, and Agamas are the scriptures where the applied technology, the applied science is expanded. The Vedas and Agamas, together called as the Vedagamas, are given the status of Shruti, as they are the ones that are directly revealed by Paramashiva. They are the ultimate, the eternal, and unchangeable truths. A reference that is cited from these Shastras or source scriptures is called Shastra Pramana. Let us now get ready to witness a unique and exciting demonstration of the power of third eye. Those of you who would like to experience the body scanning can go over to the Facebook or to the YouTube live chat, and you can put your message down there requesting for a body scanning, and we shall be picking one of the participants and doing the body scanning. And while each of you take this time to go over and put down your message, let us go over the Shastra Pramana and the other Pramanas for the power of body scanning. The Shastra Pramana of the power of body scanning is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 54. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tattvani yani nilayam dhyattvante vyajate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body or of the whole universe simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva. By the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all thoughts, and the ultimate divine universal power, Para Devi Adi Shakti is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. The Apta Pramana is from the life of a Siddha, from the life of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning, identifies the root cause of the headache, and reveals that there was a small frog, a type of tere, that was sitting in the person's brain. Agatya immediately instructs one of his disciples to do an open head surgery. And after the surgery is completed successfully, the person is healed and cured of the headache. The Atma Pramana on 22nd of December 2019, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed how he uses the power of body scanning. Paraphrasing his words, only when I had multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery, and therefore the medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs. It was revealed that I had been poisoned multiple times without our knowledge. I immediately used the diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition, and I found out what the problem was. The imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second option to verify my findings. The Sakshi Pramana, which is the experiences of manifesting this extraordinary power through the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Let us now begin the power manifestation. We have Michael who has posted a message requesting for the body scanning. Please sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham to experience the oneness with Swamiji and manifest this power. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Yes, so what Swamiji revealed is that of late you've started developing sugar in your body, and this diabetes has just begun, and it is because of the lifestyle patterns that you're living in. And I was actually able to see Swamiji showed that the sugar in your body, in your blood, is going up higher. And even though this might be like a very initial stage and might not be directly visible under the regular testings that would be done, but you have started developing the diabetes. And Swamiji revealed for you to start taking the herbal juices such as hibiscus juice every day in the morning. And by doing this continuously, you will see that your body will heal and the diabetes will be cured. So this is what Swamiji revealed. And you can go over and you can put your comment in the YouTube or in the Facebook also as to how you're able to relate with this revelation. And now it's time that we enter into the next segment of today's Bhava Samadhi Darshan. We request all the participants to stay tuned for the next segment.
Nithyanandam everyone, we welcome you back to this segment on Bhavasamadhi Darshan. So in this segment, we are going to be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, and also we'll be setting the context on how to receive Devi Parashakti, how to prepare yourself to receive the grace and blessings by Devi Parashakti. The unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness from the Vedic tradition is sacred feminine worship. Even if everything from what Vedic tradition gave is lost, then just if the sacred feminine tradition is there, the whole thing can be revived because that is a seed. And this is, as we are seeing, that this is one of the very unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness. There are multiple streams of traditions that are there in this time. There are many religious traditions, or there are many spiritual consciousness. But among all that, this is one of the unique contributions from Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and that is worshipping the cosmos as the mother, or the sacred feminine worship. This sacred feminine worship, to the Hinduism, it is the seed of all the traditions. And because it is the seed of all the traditions, because all the traditions have taken birth from this, if we can revive this one tradition, all the traditions can be revived back. Sanatana Hindu Dharma, which has at least 10,000 sampradayas, if all the sampradayas are lost for some reason, and only this one sampradaya, the Devi worship remains, the whole thing can be brought back. Because the whole thing is centered on this one mother worship. Mother worship carries the blueprint, the hologram, the whole Vedic tradition. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that the sacred feminine worship is the hologram of the Vedic tradition. There is no enlightened master, there is no enlightened being on the planet Earth without worshipping the sacred feminine, including me. I am basically a Shakta. I myself followed Devi worship from the beginning. If you see my biography and all the deities I carved, the darshan I had, all mother based, Devi based. Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, a great avatar who lived from 1836 to 1886, says that Shiva is Brahman, but the Devi has the key to reach the Brahman. Unless she opens, nobody can reach. He further describes this by giving a house scene where he says, even though husband is the owner, the key to the house will be on the hip of mother. Either you have to fall at the feet of mother, or the small sons of the mother, only they can touch that place and remove the key. Nobody else can touch. So either surrender to the mother, or people who are close to mother, they can only reach. Now, we'll look into the Dhyana Sloka of Devi Parashakti, which describes the physical form of Devi Parashakti. This is the form one need to visualize while worshipping the Devi or while you are meditating on Devi Parashakti. This Dhyana Sloka is from Lalita Sahasranama, which says the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon its shining in vermilion red body, with the triple eyes sporting a crown of roses studded with the crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup, brimming with the mead, and the other twirling a red lotus. The another verse says, I meditate on the great empress. See the red in color. Her eyes are full of compassion and holds the news, the good, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hand. She is surrounded on all sides by the power such as anima. Raise and see the self within me. Devi Parashakti, the ultimate, pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti, the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes comes and go in. See the source where the Big Bang and black holes goes on. Parashakti, the source Shakti, source energy, source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are even now, in which all of us are going to merge. Out of extreme compassion and love, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatar of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasamnidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, embracing us answering all our questions, attending all our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering the profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. Now, we'll watch the short video where the Parashakti herself gives the introduction about herself.
ஓமெனும் ஓங்காரத்து உட்பொருளாய் மலர்ந்து உயிர்த்தெழுந்து இறையனார் இடப்பாகத்திருந்து குமரிக்கண்டம் ஆளும் மீனாட்சி மலர்ந்தேன் இங்கு நல்லருள் செய்திடவும் நல்வாக்கு தந்திடவும் ஆனந்தம் ஞானத்தொடு பூரண அன்பு ஏகம் அநேகமாய் ஆகிய இப்புவுலகிற்கு பரமசிவன் ஞானம் தர வந்தேன் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி அருளாட்சி அரசாட்சி பொருளாட்சியொடு நன்மாட்சிமையொடு ஆட்சி செய்யும் பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான் கருணையே வடிவாய் கண்மலர்ந்து நன்மை செய்திட வந்திட்டேன். மாந்தர்கள் கேளுங்கள் இந்த பெருநன்மை சத்தியத்தை, கேட்டு நீங்கள் வாழ்ந்திட கேடும் பெருந்துக்கமும் உங்களுக்கில்லை. கேட்டிடுங்கள். இவ்வினாடி என்னை கண்டுகொண்டும் கேட்டுக்கொண்டும் இருக்கும் உங்கள் எல்லோர்க்கும் நான் அளிக்கும் தீட்சை, நானே நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் கடந்த உயிர்ப்பாய் உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் இருக்கின்றேன். பரமசிவோகம் 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 பரமசிவோகம். இதை தீட்சையாய் ஏற்று இதே உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் எல்லா நன்மையும் வரமும் ஞானமும் அருளும் அளிக்கின்றேன். ஓங்காரத்தின் உட்பொருளாய் வேதமொடு ஆகமம் மெய்யாய் வெளிப்பட்டு உபவேதங்கள் உபாகமங்கள் அனைத்துமாய் உயர்ந்து நின்று தத்துவங்கள் ஆராய் உண்மையை செப்பி ஜகம் முழுவதும் ஞானம் அளிக்கும் பாரதி பராசக்தி மீனாட்சி நான். ஆய கலைகள் 64 உடலும் மனமும் உயர்வை அடைந்திடும் பரமசிவ சக்திகளை உங்களுக்குள் மலர்த்தவே வந்திருக்கின்றேன். அஷ்ட சித்திகளும் அஷ்ட கன்மமும் ஆதி சக்தி பரமேஸ்வரியாய் மலர்ந்து உங்கள் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் ஆனந்தம் அளிக்கின்றேன். அஞ்சாதீர், ஆனந்தத்தோடிருப்பீர். ஓம் 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 ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் ஹ்ரீம் ஓம் Om Hrim. Om Hrim. Om Hrim. Om Hrim. Om Hrim. Om. Om. Om.
Yes, Nithyananda everyone. So now we'll listen to the translation of the introduction with Devi Parashakti about Devi Parashakti. Devi Parashakti says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in the 40 triangles, the Kailasa Swamini, who is in the Kailasa Sripura Chintamani. Parashodasi, sitting at the part of Paramashivoham, Parameshwari, who rules the world. Paramasakti, Manonmani Meenakshi. As the Nithyananda, I took Nijavatara here to give good boon to everyone, to bestow all the goodness. Hiranya Garbhaswarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparana, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi, taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as a Nijavatara. With the great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as a Nijavatara, raising in Omkara, blossoming as a Shiva, manifesting as the source of existence, powers of existence, expression of existence, form from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Iksha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhuta, beyond six Chakra, filled as the Gotra of seven Rishis, expanding at 8 directions, existing as 9 Grahas, blossoming as 10 Indriyas, being as 11 Rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life, to tell and make the truth blossom, and to do good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. Now, we'll enter into this learning that how to receive the Parashakti. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism says that literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment, say there in your screen. So always receive a very traditionally. Keep 2 betel leaf, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and 1 coin in front of the screen while you are watching Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The coin is considered as the traditional Dakshina in Sanatana Hindu Dharma. It can be even lowest value. Like in USA, it can be even 1 cent. In India, it can be even 1 paisa. Whatever amount you want to put, you can put it. Keep all these items and offer it to Devi Parashakti. As soon as the darshan is over, do the namaskaram and take the prasadam. Prasadam, the betel, banana, and betel nut. Take this as prasadam immediately as soon as the darshan finishes. Collect all the coins and send it to a temple. This betel leaf, betel nut may look too small, but in few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really says there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. These rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle, remind you, raise you to the path of cognition. It will break your unconscious behavior. So this is the pictorial representation of all the items that you need to collect while you want to receive the Parashakti traditionally. So before we move to the next segment, we'll have a short break. Nithyananda everyone, welcome back to this session. So now we learn about how to receive, how to prepare ourselves to receive Devi Parashakti. So here in this video, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explains about the Panch Mahabhuta Yoga, through which we prepare ourselves to receive Devi Parashakti. If you do this yoga, Pancha Mahabhuta Yoga, Devi will surely answer your questions. She will surely attain to your prayer request. So now let us watch what this Pancha Mahabhuta Yoga is.
I wanted to give you one sacred secret to all of you. Do this Panchabhuta Yoga. See, whenever you want to ask any question to Devi and receive the answer, on that day, do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Means, apply only mud on the body and take bath. Don't apply any chemical on the body to take bath. Just that Puttuman means that anthill mud. Only that apply on the body and take bath. Don't apply anything else. That is mud, earth part, earth component. Second, water. Drink only water that day. Don't eat, drink, don't do anything other than drinking water. When you come for the Parashakti Akashic reading, at least for a few hours prepare yourself. Maybe 10 hours ahead. Just drink only water and keep yourself active. Third, the fire in your stomach should be allowed to burn without any food dumped on it. Just the pure fire. You can chant Omkara to intensify it, or Mahavagya, Ajapa Japa, but pure fire. No food, nothing. That pure fire should be encouraged. And just be in the free air, open space, breathing the whole sky at least few hours before. And intensely unclutch to get the power of the space, Akasha. See, listen. Akasha is an intense energy. Just like the other bhutas, like earth, water, fire, air, the Akasha also is a pure consciousness. It is intelligence, living energy. Once you start unclutching, you manifest Akasha's energy in you, consciousness in you. So do this Panchabhuta Yoga. Your questions will be surely answered immediately by Parashakti. If you just do this Panchabhuta Yoga and come for the Devi Akashic reading, she will simply answer your questions. I'll repeat. Apply the anthill mud and take bath, or even clay. Don't use any other chemical. Take bath just with the mud. Second, drink only water. No other food or juice at least for 10 hours ahead. If possible, that whole day. Third, intensify the Agni in your stomach without dumping any food on it. Just through the Omkara, Ajapa Japa, ignite it, intensify it. Fourth, walk around and breathe in an open space at least for a few hours before. Fifth, try to unclutch as intensely as possible to receive the Akasha energy, Chitambara, Chitambara, that energy of cosmic space. With this Panchabhuta Yoga, come to Parashakti's Akashic reading. Surely she will answer your questions.
Yes, Nithyananda, everyone. With this, we're moving on to the next segment where we're going to see about the revelations by Devi Parashakti. Let's see a video where Devi reveals about the current world facing in this Pralaya.
Andrea's skull. மூன்றாம் உலகப் போரிலிருந்து தப்பிக்க எந்நாடு பாதுகாப்பென்று கேட்கின்றாய், கேட்டுக்கொள் சொல்வதை எல்லாம். மத்திய கிழக்கிலே போர், இந்தியாவில் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்று மற்றும் கடல் உயர் எழும்பல் எனும் மூன்றில் இருந்தும் காவல் கைலாசம் ஒன்றே. வாழ்விற்கு அதுவே நன்றே. முடிந்தால் வந்து சேர்ந்து களி முற்றி பிரளயம் துவங்கியிருக்கின்றது. இந்த பிரளயத்தில் அழியாமல் உங்களை காத்துக்கொள்ள நினைக்கின்றோர் எல்லோரும் கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுங்கள். அன்பே சிவம் எனும் சத்தியத்தை உள்வாங்கி உங்களுக்கும் உங்களைச் சுற்றியிருப்போர்
Yes. Let's see what Devi has revealed to the one of the devotee. Andrea's skull, you're asking which country is safe to escape from the Third World War. Listen to everything which I said. War in the Middle East, deadly corona in India, and rising sea level. Protection from all these three is one and only KAILASA. Only it is good for life. If possible, come and reach. As Devi has said, three factors: the huge world war, the conflicts between the countries. Almost like 70 conflicts are happening at current moment all around the globe. And very well we are know about the COVID, which is the pandemic which is happening as a third wave, the Omicron, which is spreading in a vast manner in India. Almost the country is forced to do the lockdown all around the country itself. And the rate at which the Omicron is spreading in India is almost like 10 times now. And the third one, which Devi has revealed about the thing, is the climatic change, the sea level rise, which is happening all across the globe. So yes, this global warming, this climatic change, this weather change, this has been an issue from such a long time. We all know this. We may have studied in our school times, studying about this global warming, the rising in the temperature, all the stuff. But till now, we didn't come to any like constant solution or exact solution where the globe can adapt, the whole world can adapt, and then they can rescue from this thing. But even in spite of all this knowledge, all the reports which across the globe, every country has projected about this global warming, till now we didn't came to any solutions. But the worst part is This global temperature is rising in an exponential way in the recent times. As we have seen what is climatic change and what is global warming, this weather and climates are used in a similar manners. But if you go into the details, this weather is just a short term and is a regional. But if you talk about the climate, it is a global and it's a long term change. As we are seeing about global warming, what is global warming? Since global warming is a long term heating of the earth climatic system observed in this pre-industrial area due to the human activities, especially in the burning of fossil fuels. We all know during this pre-industrial development, the whole globe has came out of so many development technologies in that one of the energy sector, the major source of energy is the burning of fossil fuels. One side, the whole countries got benefit out of this burning of fossil fuels, but it created a lot of damage to the atmosphere, to the earth, especially to the greenhouse gases. Because of these laws in this destruction in these greenhouse gases, this atmosphere get warm. Because of that, so much of natural calamities are happening all across the globe. The very rain become the acid rain. As we all know, if you take just one of the biggest developed country, US, recent report from US, it says almost like 4 out of 10 people are living in a county where natural disasters are becoming a lifestyle for them. This whole thing is because of this whole climatic change which is happening all across the globe. And the report also said almost 80% of people living in a place they were able to feel that there's an increase in temperature, and this increase in temperature, this warm temperature is lasting for almost like a week. So there's a gradual change in the temperature all across the globe, especially in the developed countries. Okay, what is happening because of this global warming? What is the effect which is happening all across the globe because of this global warming? You can see this graph, the temperature of the earth, the surface temperature of the globe has increased from almost like 0 degree to 1 degree. And the statistics which says maybe in the end of 2030, it says it may reach to 1.2 to 1.5 degrees Celsius. The rate at which the whole globe is warming the atmosphere, the rate at which it is spiking out, it may reach in 1.2 or 1.5 degrees Celsius maybe in the end of 2030. And it also said almost 50 billion tons of ice are melting in Antarctica, which causes the 4% increase in the global sea level. So moment this global sea level increases, there are countries which are surrounded all 4 sides by water, and there are some countries which are exposed to water. This global sea level rise causes the reduction in the size of the land area of each countries. There are many tiny islands which are in the red zone under the statistics where it may be submerged into the water maybe in the end of 2000. So this is what the statistics says. And now one more study, it says this coronavirus and this climatic change going to be plays a major role in this 2022. International Panel for the Climatic Change, IPCC, has ordered also to have a conference which is coming under the UN nations. They're going to have a panel at the end of this, the starting of this coming February, discussing about how this world going to take the responsible for this climatic change, because the carbon dioxide release which is happening now increased almost 250 times faster than what the ice age has recorded. And this, the heating of the temperature rise in the global surface, it's happening in 10 times faster than the average rate of the ice recovery. So they said, the whole globe has to take a measure before it reaches the unrecoverable point. As we all know, this global temperature rise, the planet average surface temperature has risen about 2.1 degree Fahrenheit, which is almost like 1.18 degrees Celsius since the late 19th century. This change driven largely by the increased carbon dioxide emission into the atmosphere and the other human activities. Most of the warming occurred in the past 40 years, with the 7 most recent year being the warmest. The year 2016 and 2017 are tied for the warmest year on the record. So whatever happened in this last 40 years being the highest rate at which the global temperature has increased across the globe. So this top 100 meters, almost like 328 feet of ocean, showing warming of the more than 0.6 degrees Fahrenheit, which is almost like 0.33 degrees Celsius since 1969. The surface water level, if you consider as a globe, almost like 1/3 is considered of the water. Almost like from the degree to 0, it is rise to 0.33 degrees Celsius just in the last 40 years. The earth stores 90% of the extra energy in the ozone. So this earth also reached the temperature of almost like 2.12 temperature. As we see, almost like 50 billion tons of ice are melting in Antarctica, which causes the 4% increase in the level of sea. It causes almost like 8 inches, which is 20 centimeter, rises in the global sea level in last century alone. The rate in the last 2 decades is nearly double that of the last century. So whatever happened in the last century and what is happening in the last 2 decades, it's almost double the time. And the rate at which it is increasing also is accelerating in the recent days also. So here in this graph, you can see about the temperature versus solar activity, what is happening in the temperature rise and what this solar irradiance is happening. So in his 5th assessment report, that Intergovernmental Panel of Climatic Change, a group of 1,300 independent scientists, experts from the countries all over the world under the auspice of the United Nations concluded there is a more than 95% probability that human activities over the past 50 years have warmed our planet. This is statistics. The report given by the Intergovernmental Panel on Climatic Change under the UN nation. We can't deny on this factor. Yes, we humans did this warming of Earth in the past decades. So what will be the effect of the climatic change? There are going to be more and more droughts, there are going to be a drought, there are going to be no rain seasons, there are going to be more and more forest fires, there are going to be a much difference in the climatic change where people can't adapt, and there are going to be a loss of so much of human vegetation, and there are going to be a lot of losses in the animals also. So these potential future effects of global climatic change includes more frequent wildfires, long period of drought in some regions, and an increase in the numbers, duration, and the intensity of tropical storms. This present developed country, US, is facing now with these storms are basically because of this huge change in this climatic change. Because human introduced warning is a superimposed on the naturally varying climate, the temperature will continue to rise. Drought in the southwest and the heat waves everywhere are projected to become the more intense and cold waves less intense everywhere. Summer temperatures are projected to continue rising and the reduction of soil moisture. If you've seen in every part of the world, this summer season, the temperature of each summer season is rising, and everywhere, each and every country, it's not only US or UK, even as all the South Asian countries, especially in India, it's every time summer used to be like some degrees Celsius increase in each year, which is basically because of this so much of burning of fossil fuels, and it produces almost like 250 times increase in the carbon dioxide emission because of this burning of fossil fuels. The hurricanes will become more stronger and more intense. The intensity and the frequency and the duration of North Atlantic hurricanes, as well as the frequency of strongest hurricanes, have all increased since the 1980s. This, when you talk about this, hurricanes will become the more stronger. There are three factors, which the frequency, the rate at which they're happening, the period between the last one and the current one, the time period, and the intensity, what kind of depth and it's going to affect the world, and the duration, what the time lapse it's going to stay in the place. So all these are increased almost like 4 to 5 times in this last 40 years. As we see, almost like 8 inches are reached in almost like the sea level has reached almost like more than 8 inches in the last decades. It is said is projected to be rise another 1 feet to 8 feet in the end of almost like 2100, which may cause many tiny islands, not only island, even the developed countries which are surrounded by water bodies may affected by this sea level rise. It may many countries may deep into the water, which says the another report says almost like 400 million peoples have been in the place where they were going to be submerged into the water. So this is one more report which says almost like 650 million people, almost like 10% of the global population could be under the water by 2100. So we can see the graph where all the red zones, the dark red zones, are marked as almost like 10 to 50 million people going to be affected by this rising sea levels. In this category, if you see the South Asian countries, especially India, China, are coming under this category where they're going to be affected morely by this end of this decade, especially by the rising in sea levels. The other countries where the Northern America and the United States of America, Canada, some of the few African countries and the Qatar, Saudi Arabia, all these are coming under the category where they are secondly in the list where they're going to be affected majorly by this rising in the sea levels. Yes, everywhere this climatic change is happening, and the Antarctica, the ozone is melting now, as we see. Here, this carbon dioxide deposition, what the globe has faced as the amount, the ppm, the parts per million of carbon dioxide across the globe. You can see the graph here. What was the rate at which the carbon dioxide surrounded the atmosphere in maybe like 2002, and what is happening in 2016. You can see the whole globe, the whole map is filled with the carbon dioxide. As we said, it is happening in the 250 times faster than the rate at which what the whole globe has faced before this industrial development area. And you can see the global temperature, which is in the 1864, and what is happening now. Yes, as Devi has revealed, the three factors, the global conflicts and the deadly coronavirus and this climatic change. Now, what is the solution? Devi has revealed the ways to protect yourself from this pandemic. Let's see the
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi, இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட, நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு. கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை பிரார்த்தித்தல் ஒன்று, சமூக வலைதளங்கள் மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2, எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3, நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4, நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5, சிவ 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 எனும் பிரபஞ்ச பெரும் நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6, நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து பத்திட்டு நித்திரையில் அடங்குவது 7, பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் கொரோனா உங்களை எட்டவிடாது காப்பு.
Nithyananda, welcoming back all the participants watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, and the various other social media platforms. And we just saw about the revelations by Devi Parashakti, where Devi Parashakti introduced about the various ongoing problems in the world, similar like the pandemic and the other global the problems that the world is facing and how we have the spiritual solutions on Devi Parashakti has revealed the solutions to overcome all those problems. We will now be moving on to how to connect Devi Parashakti. All of us would like to connect to Devi Parashakti and have her grace and blessings. And we will now be moving on to the 5 platforms through which we can connect to Devi Parashakti.
Nithyanandam, so you can comment on, most likely you might be watching through the YouTube video, this feed. You can connect with Devi Parashakti on live YouTube video on the Supreme Pontiff of India, on KAILASA's HDH Nithyananda page. And you can click here to join for membership here. And you can comment, ask your questions, comments, and request boons from Devi Parashakti on the questions on the chat window here. And you can comment live YouTube video so Devi Parashakti can bless your requests. You can share your experiences on this chat window also. If you have received blessings from the space of gratitude, remember to be in the proper space when you ask the questions to Devi Parashakti. The next method to connect, comment on live Facebook video, the KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivam is the official page of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness. So you can click on following, like and follow, and you can ask your questions in the feed here. So first is like and follow KAILASA's SPH JGM Nithyananda Paramashivoham page, Facebook page, and you can put your comments in the live feed, ask your questions here.
The next we have the Twitter handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the official Twitter handle, which is KAILASA's SPH JGM HDH Nithyananda Paramashivam. And an easy way to access the official account is at the at symbol Sri Nithyananda, and that will take you to the official handle of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And once you go to the official Twitter account, you can go to the live video of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism of the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. And the step 1, you can begin by following the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's account on Twitter. And once you follow, you can also click on the bell icon to receive notifications on the new tweets by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after that, you can go to step 2, where you can ask your questions in the reply section in the tweet with the hashtag #AskTheAvatar. All of us can go to the comment section, the reply section, where you can ask your questions, ask your prayers, ask your boons to Devi Parashakti. And don't forget to mention the hashtag #AskTheAvatar.
You can ask the questions on WhatsApp chat in kailasa.org. Step 1 is search kailasa.org and you ask your questions here in the WhatsApp chat.
With that, we come to the end of the first segment where all of us have seen how we can connect to Devi Parashakti through the 5 handles of social media. We will now be moving on to the offerings to Devi Parashakti after a short break. Nithyananda, we will now be moving on to the next segment, which is offerings to Devi Parashakti. All of us can connect to Devi Parashakti through the rituals and the offerings mentioned by Paramashiva in the Kriya Pada of the Agamas. Let us now see first the context on the benefits of offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first, we have the Shastra Pramana from the Bhagavata Purana, verse 37. Dharmaya yashasirthaya kamaya swajanaya cha panchadha vibhajan vittam ihamutra cha modate.
Nithyanandam. So this verse, the Shastra Pramana, is from Bhagavad Purana. One part should be used for dharma, the second for yasha, public works which bring fame to oneself. The third should be reinvested to generate more wealth, artha, and the fourth, kama, enjoyment of material things, and the fifth, for one's family and friends. 20% should be donated for dharma. Now we move to the next Shastra Pramana.
The next Pramana is from the Dharma Shastra. Grihe dashagunam danam goshte chaiva shatadhikam punyatirtheshu sahasram antatam shiva sannidhau.
So the meaning of this verse is dana given at home yields 10 times as much merit as when made elsewhere, 100 times when made in Goshala, 1,000 times when made in sacred places, tirthas like Adi KAILASA, and infinite number of times when made in the premises of Shivalinga, such as Shiva temples. This is as per the Dharma Shastra.
The next we have the Shastra Pramana from the Brahmanda Purana, the verse 55 and 56. Danam trividhamityetat tanishta jyeshtha madhyamam tatra naishreyasam jyeshtam kanishtam swartha siddhaye karunyat sarvabhuteshu samvibhagastu madhyamaha.
Dana given in order to achieve moksha is considered the most valuable form. Dana given out of pity or kindness for others for one's own kith and kin is considered to be of medium value. It is also called Dayadanam. Dana, given to achieve one's own selfish motives, is known as the least valued of all.
We will now be moving into the offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first is the offering of the E-Hundi. The Shastra Pramana for the offering of the E-Hundi is Bhakti Priya Bhakti Gamya Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha Shambhavi Sharadaradhya Sharvani Sharmadayini.
Devi is fond of true devotion and is realized through true devotion. She can be won over through true devotion. She removes all fears. Offerings to Devi Parashakti. The first offering to Devi Parashakti is E-Hundi. If there is any fear in mind of devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. Here, it is meant that autumn of our lives, when thoughts turn more and more inwards, the role of divine is known and understood clearly. The need for Devi worship becomes stronger. Shambhavi, consort of Shambhu, Lord Shiva. Sharadaradhya means worship by Shraddha, Saraswati. Shiravani, wife of Lord Shiva. Linga Purana says Lord Shiva is called Sharva in his earth form. Shramadayini, Devi who bestows happiness on devotees. You can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi.
The next is the offering of the Sankalpa chanting. The offering to Devi Parashakti. We will move into the offering after a short break. Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the participants watching us live. We will now be moving on to the offerings to Devi Parashakti. We have the first offering, which is the Sankalpa chanting, where we have the Shastra Pramana for the Sankalpa chanting from the Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. Tayai tanmohyate vishvam saiva vishvam prasuyate saya chitta cha vijnanam tushta ruddhim prayachati.
The goddess enchants this universe, and she herself gives birth to this universe. That goddess, being prayed without interest in anything, gives that knowledge that leads to salvation and gives wealth in materialistic sense. Devi Mahatmyam, chapter 12, verse 34. Offering to Devi Parashakti, Sankalpa chanting. The price for the is offering is 1 USD. The nominal price is 1 USD. Offering the Sankalpa, conscious resolution, blesses the person offering with all fruition of the desires and wishes he is yearning for. Significance of divine element gold. Gold is present in all scriptures, Agamas, Vedas, Shrutis, Smritis, Itihasas, and Puranas. In all Hindu scriptures, it is abundantly displayed that gold is the most auspicious, purest metal which purifies our being. In Hindu civilization, everything was exchanged in gold. Ritual fees were offered in gold bricks. When one has to be saved from life-threatening illness, gold was offered as a ritual fee. Gold was in abundance and used for weighing equivalent amount of commodities, including cows. The kingdoms were built with huge doors of gold. The streets would have huge columns of gold archways. Huge archways were made of gold. Horses, cows were dressed in gold. Significance of divine element gold. Hindu civilization thrived on the banks of rivers of gold. In this river was called Hiranyamaya, river of gold. In Rig Veda, the river Saraswati was called Hiranyavartini in the Atharva Veda. Gold is the supreme element for offering gifts to ones you love and revere. Temples are constructed and paved in gold. Deities are made in gold and decked and adorned in gold because it preserves the enlightenment energy for thousands of years. Forever. It lasts forever. The offering to Devi Parashakti, Sahasranama Swarna Kasu. The offering price is 75 USD, 151 USD, and 251 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this offering is Nama Parayana Prita, she who likes repetition of her various names. Lalita Sahasranama, verse 731. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's very special and unique archana offered to the Mahameru of Devi Parashakti. Offer gold coin to Devi Parashakti to manifest any dimension or attribute of hers that you always wanted to imbibe within. Offerings to Devi Parashakti.
The next offering to Devi Parashakti is the Mukta Angruti, the finger ring with a pearl. The donation amount for this offering is 251, 501, and 750 USD, United States dollars. And if any of the participants would like to make the offering, if any of the participants would like to convey their blessings, convey the blessing request, the feeling of gratitude for all that Devi Parashakti has showered on them, anything that you want to convey, you can all log on, all the viewers, all the participants can log on to the live social media channels of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, like how we explain the social media channels in Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, and any of the platforms. You can convey the gratitude that you have experienced, the experience that Devi Parashakti has showered on you, and which of the offering that you would like to offer, especially now at this time of the Avatar Dinotsava celebrations, the Jayanti celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is going on. Today is the 19th, actually 20th day. If you're in Adi Kailash, it is the 20th day where we're going to celebrate one more of the kingdoms which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the emperor of. And in this auspicious time of the Jayanti celebrations, the 21-day Mahotsava celebrations, it is a very auspicious time for you to make this offering, for you to connect Devi Parashakti, and for you to express your gratitude, your desire in the form of all these ornaments which Devi Parashakti is adorning. And we will also be, in a few minutes, we will be seeing the offerings to the Guru also, where you can, on the auspicious Avadar Dinotsava celebrations, you can offer the offerings to the Guru also. And if any of the participants would like to offer any of the offerings that we are presenting here, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to make the offering to Devi Parashakti and convey your gratitude. Here we can see for each and every offering, there is so much of blessings, so much of context, and so much of the pramana where it conveys what is the benefit of offering. Whether you want completion with your mother, or whether you want to show the tyaga and sacrifice of the mother, of your mother, which she has done for you, and any of the offerings, any of the forms of gratitude that you would like to show, you can offer any of the offerings that we are presenting here. And we will now be explaining about the Mukta Anguti offering. We have the Shastra Pramana here from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam. The verse 2, Mukta Harala Satkirita Ruchiram Purnendu Vaktra Prabham Sinjanno Pura Kinkini Manidharam Padma Prabhabasuram Sarvabhishta Phalapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Tarunyavara Nidhim.
Nithyananda, the meaning of this verse is I bow down to Goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls and the face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells. She is shining like the splendor of lotus. She grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain. She is worshipped by Goddess Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to Goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. The Mukta Anguti finger ring with pearl. The price is 251 USD, 501 USD, and 750 USD. The offer finger ring with pearl to Cosmic Mother and experience the blessings and healing with your mother.
We will now be moving on to the next offering to Devi Parashakti, which is the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. The donation amount for this offering is 600 USD, and we have the Shastra Pramana from the Kamikagama. Ashtavidyeshwaropeta Kumbhavarna Samyutam Sarve Sasutra Vastradhya Hema Pankaja Bhushita Sapidhanasya Purchascha Patva Bilva Palaprabha Snapanadhyaya Samsiddha Pramanena Samanvita.
This beautiful verse is from Kamikagama. All the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with a new cloth. They should be adorned with lotus flower made of gold. Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus, the offering price is 600 United States dollars. There are hundreds of scriptural references for using lotus in the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in worship of ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship or meditating on the mudras and asanas used during the worship, involves the lotus flower, lotus leaf, lotus pericarp. The lotus is divine flower. Shakti of Paramashiva is also called lotus. The base of Paramashiva Linga is lotus. The disciple of Paramashiva is also considered as a lotus about to bloom. The Swarna Padma Pushpa, golden lotus, the cost is 600 United States dollars. Offer the gold lotus in any size you wish to and express gratitude to the tyaga and sacrifice of your mother.
And just to reiterate to all the participants, to make the offering, all of us can visit tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to make the offering. And if any of the participants would like the guidance on how to make the offering, how you can make the offering and have the blessings of Devi Parashakti by offering, you can message any or comment in any of the platforms in YouTube, Facebook, and the various other social media platforms. And the Acharyas will be happy to guide you and assist you for making the offerings. And with that, let us move on to the offering of the Swarnameti, the golden toe ring. The offering amount is 750 USD, and the Shastra Pramana for the offering is Nakhaditi Sanchanna Namajjanatamo Guna Padadvaya Prabhajala Parakrita Saroruha.
You, whose brightness from the toenails destroy the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees, who prostrate at your feet. You, whose brightness from your 2 feet overpowers that of the lotus flower too. The Swarnameti golden toe ring, the cost is 750 USD. Offer toe ring to Devi, adorning her sacred feet to be in the constant gratitude for receiving her blessings in even the most difficult aspects of your life, our life. Swarna Mangatika, the golden hairline jewelry. It's also called Chudamani. Cost is 750 USD. The Shastra Pramana for this is Sudha Sharabhi Varshini, she who makes nectar flow in all our nerves from Sahasrahara. That is, she who gives the very pleasant experience of ultimate. The Mangatika represents the nectar flowing from Sahasrahara Chakra, which is fully opened. Offer the Mangatika to Devi and receive blessings of achieving the blissful state of overflowing gratitude and space of complete completion. Yesterday, today or yesterday, we were seeing Devi, this is the auspicious time of Avatar Dinotsav, and the Chinese world was sharing the beautiful sharings about how the offerings to Devi Parashakti and Avatar, like Pratyaksha Pad Puja, and all different offerings, and how different hundreds of people across the globe in Chinese world have gotten a breakthrough. So when you do these Kriya Pada offerings, it really gives a breakthrough in what you want.
We will now be moving on to the offerings to the Guru after a short break. Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the participants joined us live on YouTube, Facebook, and the various other social media platforms. We will now be going into the offerings to the Guru. Till now, we saw about the various offerings to Devi Parashakti, and if any of the participants would like to offer, I would just like to remind all the participants that you can always share that what you wanted to offer on social media, on YouTube and Facebook and various other platforms which you are watching this video in. And our acharyas will be happy to guide you on how you can make the offerings. We are having many messages and requests, and if any of the participants would like to offer, you can go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings. And with that, let us move on to the offerings to the Guru, as the Guru is the embodiment of all the gods and goddesses, the Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa, and the one who is giving us this opportunity to see Devi in the physical form, to see Devi Parashakti, whom even if we do tapas for thousands of years, we will not be able to see, but just by having the feeling connection, just by connecting to the Guru is literally showing us Devi Parashakti in the physical form. And let us now move on to offering our gratitude, our devotion to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, our beloved Swamiji. And the context for offering the offerings to the Guru, here we have the pramana from the Kularnava Tantra, the chapter 12, verse 12. न पादुका परो मन्यो न देव श्री गुरोः परः न हि शाक्तात् परा दीक्षा न पुण्यं कुलपूजनात्.
There is no mantra higher than Paduka, no God higher than Guru, no initiation higher than the Shakti, and no merit higher than the Kula worship. This is from Kularnava Tantra, chapter 12, verse 12.
We have the next context from the Kularnava Tantra, the 12th chapter, verse 120. रिक्तहस्तश्च नोपेयात् राजानं देवतां गुरुं फलपुष्याम्बरादीनि यथा शक्या समर्पयेत् एवं यो न चरदेवी ब्रह्मराक्षसतां व्रजेत्.
One should not approach royalty, the deity, or Guru empty-handed. He should offer fruit, flower, cloth, and the like according to his own capacity. One who does not do so becomes a Brahma Rakshasa.
In that verse, Devi Parashakti beautifully explained on how in the Bhagavan Paramashiva in the Kularnava Tantra explained about how when we go to the Guru, when we approach the Guru, how we should always have something to offer, as so that we do not take the Guru for granted. Many times in our lives, when we do not offer, when we do not see things in the space of gratitude, for example, it can even be our mobile device or our laptops. When you get it as a new laptop, you would take care of it as if it is literally your whole life. But as the time goes, you start not caring about it, you just start slamming it, you do not clean it properly. Same way, even many of us without knowing, when we first meet the Guru, we are always full with devotion and we see the Guru and we wait for the Guru to come. But as time passes, because of our patterns, because of all the incompletions we have, we start even taking Guru for granted. And just for that pattern not to repeat, just for the apasmara, the non-remembrance, just for that not to happen, the Bhagavan Paramashiva has explained about each time when you receive the Guru, whether it can be online, whether it can be physical, when you receive the Guru, you always offer something from your side and reawaken that feeling connection, that devotion inside you, and re-establish the powerful space of Advaita so that constantly the feeling connection only grows in all of us. And with that powerful context, let us now move on into the beautiful offerings that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has showered on us. The first offering is the offering of the Pratyakshapada Puja, which the offering amount is 1008 US dollars. Most of us would have seen in the Avatar Dinotsava celebrations where the Pratyakshapada Puja happened, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism accepted the Pratyakshapada Puja from thousands, tens of thousands of devotees across the globe. And you can be one of the person offering the Pratyakshapada Puja, and all you need to do is to log on to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings to make the offering of the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, to offer the Pada Puja at the sacred divine lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And this is the first offering that we have in the offerings to the Guru. The next we have is the offering of the Vastra Seva, which is the offering of the cloth. Here we have the meaning of the Shastra Pramana, which says very beautifully, the illumining splendor of Devi's toenails dispel the darkness of ignorance in the devotees prostrating at her feet. Her feet defeat the lotus in beauty. In the sloka number 83 of the Saundarya Lahari, which states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched by the crowns of celestial beings who always prostrate before Devi. Tamoguna is darkness. In this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of devotees, and by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. Offering the Pratyakshapada Puja blesses the Yajaman with all auspiciousness and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. And here we can see the next offering, which is the offering of the Vastra Seva, the offering of the cloth and jewelry to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. All of us can see in this beautiful picture of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is adorning the Vastra and Abharana, the cloth and jewelry. Right from the top of the head, we can see the Surya and Chandra, as he is Paramashiva and Parashakti, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and we can see all the golden jewelry which Devi Parashakti adorns, and of course the Kavi Vastra, the Kavi cloth, which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is adorning. And now you have a chance to offer these offerings to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and any of the devotee, any of the viewers who are watching this video, if you would like to offer, you can feel free to message and comment in the live videos, whether in YouTube, Facebook and other platforms, where we can guide all the participants on how to offer the offerings to Devi Parashakti. We will now be seeing on how the 3 steps of offering to Devi Parashakti. The first, all of us can log on to tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi. The spelling of Bhava Samadhi is BHAVASAMADHI. And this is the registration form where you can register for the sevas. It might be any of the sevas that we explained, whether it is the Vastra Seva, the offering of the toe ring to Devi, the offering of the Swarna Mantika, the Chudamani to Devi, and the various offerings. If you would like to offer, you can log on to tiny.cc/Bhava Samadhi, where you can register for the sevas happening. And after you finish the registration, you can go to making the donation itself to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, where you can make the donation for the seva that you would like to offer. And after making the donation, you can submit the details for puja, the names to be chanted in the sankalpa. All the viewers and devotees should be rest assured that all the names are being chanted in the Sankalpa in the Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam in Adi Kailasa Sarvanya Pitha, where in front of the deities, the Sankalpa is chanted, the conscious resolution, and during that Sankalpa, the names of the participants offering all these sevas are chanted so that the deities directly hear, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully says, that in Adi Kailasa, the deities are living as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself has done the prana pradishta, that is, breathing the life into the deities. And as the deities are alive, and especially we have the Kailasa Vasis and the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul who are initiated into the third eye awakening, where they directly through the third eye connect to the deity, and any sankalpa which they utter directly reaches the deity, and the deity hears the sankalpa and blesses the Yajaman, blesses all of you with all the grace and blessings and the benefit of the offering that you are offering. So to submit your names for the puja, all of us can log on to tiny.cc/sankalpa 2021, where you can submit your details for the sankalpa. All of you can log on to tiny.cc/sankalpa 2021 to make the offerings and to offer the names for the sankalpa, where you can submit the names of you and your family members and to receive the blessings of Devi Parashakti for the offerings that you would like to offer to Devi Parashakti. And let's all now take a few moments to make the offerings to Devi Parashakti, whether you want to offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa, which is the golden lotus, or the Swarna Mantika, which is the golden Chudamani. Let's now take a few moments to make the offerings to Devi Parashakti, and all the acharyas are available to assist any of the participants who would like to make the offering. Let's all now take a few minutes to make the offering, and then we'll be moving on to the next segment.
wherever you live, you will be just expanding and expressing your uniqueness and creativity. You will understand you are unique. You will not bother about anything else. Anya. As long as you are there, you will have a headache and life will be serious. The moment you are out, you will be utterly relaxed. You will be enjoying. Sahasrara. As long as you are there, you will have discontentment. You will have dissatisfaction. The moment you move out, you will have just gratitude and overflowing. Life will be too much. Life is too much. Just move out. Get out of your system. Only one word for today's message. This is the only introduction. The one word, get out. Get out. If you are having a thought to move the hand, witness. If you are having a thought to say something, witness. Continuously witness. And if you are feeling bored, witness. Even the thought is thought that you are feeling bored, witness. Continuously witness. Because the moment you create space between you and your thoughts, intelligence starts happening. That space is where the intelligence starts flowering. The Atmaspurana starts happening. Now, it is time for me to give the introduction for the word Atmaspurana. I tell you honestly, when I came, I don't know what I am going to draw and what I am going to explain. Now just it's happening. It's landing on me and I am expressing. So if you fall in tune with me, you will understand what I am going to do. Alright, let me explain. This is what I call time shaft. Time shaft means the time. Kala chakra, continuously moving.
We are now entering into the 7th January 2006. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting various places in Varanasi. Varanasi, for those who do not know, who are not familiar, Varanasi is the place of pilgrimages where there's thousands and thousands of spiritual temples. We have Ganga, the Ganges, which is available, and throughout the Ganges, we have lots of ghats where different forms of activities happen. Here you can see in the picture on the right, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on the boat, which is on the Ganges. So you can rent these boats and travel through the Ganges. And on the left, you can see spiritual shops where you can buy various types of spiritual goods or offerings that you can purchase and then go to temples such as the Kashi Vishwanath temple, and you can offer those as a form of gratitude towards the divine, towards the ultimate. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visiting Kashi with disciples and devotees. So we can have a glimpse of that. Here we have a few more pictures. So here we have the Kashi Vishwanath temple, as we can see in the back, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sitting on the steps and sharing spiritual truths, insights with devotees, disciples, followers, and perhaps curious people who gathered around. So it is such a blessing for those who were able in those days to be around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, to be physically around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as many of these trips, many of these travelings were made available, and various forms of insights and knowledge was shared and transmitted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to people. So those who were in those days around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism surely have amazing memories of all these various trips.
The next we can see the 7th of January 2007, where the ASP Ananda Spurna program was conducted in Kailasa in Hyderabad. Here we can see the temple, the Sri Rajarajeshwari temple in Hyderabad, which was directly the deities in the temple. The Pranapratishtha has been done by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. In the center, we can have the darshan of Sri Rajarajeshwari, which is the main deity of the temple, and we can see the other deities on the sides. And here we can see the Ananda Spurna program, which was conducted. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism designed with the pramanas of the Vedas and Agamas, the Ananda Spurna program, which is a program which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts, which awakens all the 7 chakras in all of us, starting from the Mooladhara chakra till the Sahasrara chakra. All the chakras, there are intense meditations where the chakras, all the cleansing of the chakras happen, and then the chakra gets awakened by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And of course, just by one touch of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the Kundalini just rises and all the chakras are cleared. And it is a wonderful program which I'm sure many of us would have experienced. And here we can see that program in Kailasa in Hyderabad.
Entering now in the year of 2008, again on the 7th of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism conducts the NSP program in Bididi. So the NSP program, Nithyananda Paramashivam program, is another program which was designed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to work day and night and is still working day and night, making himself available to devotees, disciples, followers. Here you can see in the picture on the left, the thousands of people who used to gather in the Ananda Sabha, the first Sabha, the first hall, which was made available in the Bididi Adinam, in the Adi KAILASA in Bangalore, India. So people being guided directly by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism from early morning till late night, where again, various types of processes which were given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to help the participants to free themselves from life negative patterns, from emotions of lower levels of consciousness, for them to experience the oneness with Paramashiva, the bliss and the gratitude towards Guru. On the right, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with the chart explaining the various levels of purification that needs to happen in the various bodies that we carry. So that was the Nithyananda Paramashivam program. You can see more pictures here. On the left, we can see naturally in each program conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, once the processes are completed, once the participants relieve themselves from various types of incompletions, they will get the darshan, the individual darshan, which is literally the peak, the climax of each day, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blesses by a simple touch, awakens the Kundalini of the participants, which naturally flows directly towards the Sahasrara chakra, since the processes that the participants went through helped to already do an initial level of cleansing, making the flow and the awakening of the Kundalini extremely easy and instantaneous. And for those again who were around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism those years, we can see the picture on the right, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism dancing, which used to be something very common in those days, which became very less common afterwards. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism twirling and dancing in complete bliss and ecstasy devotees, disciples, followers used to gather around in circles, like we see in the picture, and completely mesmerized by the simple grace that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism used to radiate. So surely those who were available, those who were around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism physically during those years, can never forget these moments. So here we have a picture of such a moment. So before moving on to the next year, we'll have a short break.
Nithyanandam, welcoming back all the viewers watching us live on YouTube, Facebook, and the various other social media platforms. We will now be looking at the 7th of January 2009, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's visit to the Venkateshwara temple in Bangalore and blessed all the devotees with special boons and healing. We can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism speaking and blessing all the devotees in the Venkateshwara temple in Bangalore, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was welcomed with all the celebrations, the Purna Kumbha, and the various ways on how to traditionally welcome a Hindu spiritual guru, and putting the mala, the garland, and offering the shawl, the cloth to the guru. The priests of the Venkateshwara temple offered all the respects to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And after that, as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ever compassionate, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism made himself available to all the devotees and the people of Bangalore to ask their boons and blessings and prayers, and attended to each and every one of them on blessing them with anything that they want, whether it may be health, wealth, relationship, happiness in their life, anything which they wanted. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism can be seen giving the darshan to each and every one, and it is so fortunate where each one of the devotee, whenever we approach the Guru, whenever we approach Swamiji, whatever space we are carrying, immediately Swamiji blesses us with everything auspicious in our lives. You might just be walking around and you might be struggling in your life, but just one glance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on you, or you seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, everything in your life can just change just by the glance of the Guru, the drishti, the darshan of the Guru, where all the patterns and incompletions which you are carrying immediately melts down, and completely the Guru removes all the negativity from your life and bestows all auspiciousness. And there are hundreds of testimonials where many of the devotees did not even know the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, but just when they saw the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism casually, whether physically or through YouTube videos, just online, just seeing some photo or some discourse by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, immediately they got connected and they felt that all their incompletions melting down, and that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is their Guru. And here we can see a testimonial of that, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism not just visits the temple, but attends to the people, the devotees coming to the temple, and the priests in the temple itself.
We are now entering the year 2010, again on the 7th January. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Nithyananda Paramashivam, blessed the devotees, disciples, KAILASA Vasis, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism also conducted the mission conference for all the KAILASA Vasis from all over the world. So here you can see that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, working 20 hours a day, if not more, was not only making programs available for people during the day, but he used to also physically, personally conduct programs for KAILASA Vasis, disciples and devotees who dedicated their lives for the sake of the mission of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So here, such a program, the Mission Conference, was taking place, personally conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and made available to all the KAILASA Vasis from all over the world. So the two-way conference was made available, and people could join from wherever, whichever temple, ashram, adinam they were in, and attend to the program or the guidance and whatever the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was making available at that time through that. So just to display the level of activism and intense activism that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was radiating. So here we can have a glimpse through these few pictures.
We will now be moving on to the next year, which is the 7th of January 2011, where we can see the Nitya Satsang by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave the message, the master technique to realize yourself is the message for 7th Jan 2011, continuing to enlighten us and take us to higher and higher consciousness with ultimate truths through Patanjali Yoga Sutras. The SPH dealt with the Yoga Sutra number 92 from the Sadhana Pada, the chapter, the 41st verse. Sattva Shuddhi Saumanasya Ekagra Indriya Jaya Atma Darshana Yoga Yatvanicha, explained as there also arises purification of the sattva, the cheerfulness of the mind, concentration, conquest of the organs, and fitness for the realization of the self. Here we can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expounding on the truths of the Patanjali Yoga Sutras. In Hinduism, we have the three main Prasthanatraya, which is the three main scriptures of Hinduism, which each Acharya needs to expound about. The first one is the Bhagavad Gita, revealed by Bhagavan Sri Krishna in the Mahabharata, and the second one is the Brahma Sutras, and the Upanishads is the third one, where the Patanjali Yoga Sutras is a very important part of the Vedas and Agamas, revealed by Paramashiva and revived by the Guru Patanjali, where Patanjali, the Divine Guru, expounded on not just the yoga, but how we can attain the supreme bliss, the enlightenment through yoga. Many of us in the recent day, the westernized scholars have wrongly interpreted Patanjali Yoga Sutras as just some names of the asanas which Patanjali gives, but the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism again is reviving the authentic form of yoga, where through yoga Patanjali described about the Ashtanga Pada, the 8 steps to attain the enlightenment, as the enlightenment is the purpose, and not just as the modern day westernized scholars think of just loosening the body and having some mental experience and mental happiness. But the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave us the sacred secrets on how the Patanjali Yoga Sutra is not just a way to loosen your body or just to perform few asanas and few breathing techniques, but how to manifest powers through what Patanjali has given us, as the Patanjali Yoga Sutras are directly derived from the Yoga Sutras of Paramashiva himself, the Yoga Pada of the Agamas, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism almost for 3 months continuously in the morning satsangs, explained about the Patanjali Yoga Sutras and gave the techniques, the sacred secrets on how in our day to day lives we can experience the yoga. And yoga is not just something that we do 1 hour in the morning or 1 hour in the evening, but through the day, how we can be in the space of dharana, dhyana, samadhi, and how we can practice yoga in each and every aspect of our life, whether it is at our home or whether when we go to work or whether when we go to our schools, colleges, universities, how constantly throughout the day you can be in the space of samadhi, which is the ultimate enlightenment, and function your day from that authentic space and not allowing the laziness, tiredness, or boredom in our lives. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained about the various techniques that Patanjali reveals in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras for all of us to make our lives better, and explained about the sacred secrets in the Patanjali Yoga Sutras.
Also, one thing to add that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has given discourses about many of these various scriptures. Here we can see the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, but it should be known that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also expounded on the Brahma Sutras, on the Ashtavakra Gita, on the Jain Sutras, and so much more. So a lot of this is made available on Nithyananda. So inviting all of you who want to experience, to listen to the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, reviving the authentic science hidden behind these sacred sutras, to visit Nithyananda and have a glimpse of all these discourses. Moving on to the year of 2012, again, the 7th of January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism visits various temples in Pondicherry. So the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving the temple-based community lifestyle. So the whole, throughout his whole life and public life, as we know, and even before he started his public life, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is all about temple, the science of enlightenment, which is hidden behind the temple science, the temple of how to relate to the deities in order to purify yourself, in order to free yourself from the various blockages, energy blockages and incompletions, and experience the oneness with Paramashiva through devotion and surrender. So naturally, throughout his life, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism put a lot of emphasis on relating to temples. So here we can see pictures of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism escorted by disciples, devotees, KAILASA Vasis, and spiritual heads of these various temples to the various parts of the temples to get the darshan of the deities and everything which was made available to the public inside the temples.
And also we can see it is such a joy to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism goes to a temple, not just the big temples, but whether it might be just the daily morning darshan when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism comes to the Adi Kailasa Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiv Devalayam, and the joy of seeing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism seeing the deities. It is such a joy, as we all know, of course, that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the avatar of Paramashiva himself. But when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism sees Paramashiva in that loving way, in that space of Advaita, it is such a joy to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And especially many of us who have been around the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in all these temple visits will know that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, when he visits the temples, the way Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, bows down to the deities, it is not just doing a namaste or namaskar. It is literally with Swamiji's whole being. Swamiji does the Shashtanga Namaskar in every single temple to bow down to the deities and to offer the prayers and respects to the deities. And it is just a wonderful joy to see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism connecting with the deities in all these temples. And we are now moving on to the 7th of January 2013, where in the event in Mahakumbhapuri, Prayag, one of the famous Tamil Nadu Mutt Kanchi Kamakoti Pitadipati Sri 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 Jayendra Saraswati Swamigal visited the Nithyananda Dhyanapitham at Mahakumbha Mela. He met the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and spoke about the greatness of the Dhyanapitham and Swamiji.
Saraswati Mahaswamiji is here to grace us. I welcome him with our humble respects. இங்கு நம்மை எல்லாம் ஆசீர்வதிப்பதற்காக எழுந்தருளி இருக்கும் காஞ்சி பரமாச்சாரியர், காஞ்சி சங்கர மடத்தின் பீடாதிபதி ஸ்ரீ ஸ்ரீ ஜெயேந்திர சரஸ்வதி மகாசுவாமிகள் அவர்களை மரியாதையோடும் பணிவோடும் தாழ்மையுடனும் எனது சார்பாகவும் நித்யானந்த தியான பீடத்தின் சார்பாகவும் வரவேற்கின்றேன். எழுந்தருளி இருக்கும் ஆச்சாரியர் அவர்களை நம்ம எல்லாம் ஆசீர்வதித்து அனுக்கிரக பாஷணம் செய்யுமாறு பணிவோடு கேட்டுக்கொள்ளுகின்றேன்.
சங்கர ஜெய ஜெயசங்கர ஹரஹர சங்கர. நித்யானந்த பீடம் பல வருஷங்களாக பல ஊர்களிலே கோயில்கள் அமைத்து ஆசிரமங்கள் அமைத்து பல பணிகளெல்லாம் சீரும் சிறப்புமாக செய்து வருகிறது. நமது காஞ்சிபுரம் மடத்திற்கும் நித்யானந்த சுவாமி வந்திருக்கிறார்கள். அப்படிப்பட்ட ஒரு மாபெரும் ஸ்தாபனம் யோகங்கள், தியானங்கள், ஸ்தோத்திர பாடங்கள் மற்றும் பல வகையான பல பணிகளெல்லாம் செய்து வருவதோடு அருவமும் உருவமாகி அனாதியாய் பலவாய் என்பது போல் அருவம் உள்ள அந்த நிலையை அடைவதற்கு உருவ வழிபாட்டை பலமாக வலியுறுத்தி சிவபார்வதி எல்லாம் இங்கே வைத்து அதன் மூலம் சீரும் சிறப்புமாக நித்யானந்த பீடம் வழங்கி வருகிறது. இதேபோல் மேன்மேலும் நல்ல சீரும் சிறப்புடனும் இந்த ஸ்தாபனம் விசேஷமாக விளங்க வேண்டுமென நித்யானந்த சுவாமி, நித்யானந்த பீடம் இதையெல்லாம் மேன்மேலும் வளர வேண்டுமென வாழ்த்தி ஆசீர்வதிக்கிறோம். ஜெய ஜெயசங்கரன் ஹரஹர.
தொடர்பு சில விஷமிகள் சுவாமிக்கு எனக்கு இருந்த ரொம்ப நீண்ட நாளை உறவை நடுவில் புகுந்து தடை கொஞ்சம் டிஸ்டர்ப் பண்ண முயற்சி பண்ணாங்க. ஆரம்பித்த காலத்திலிருந்து நம்முடைய இயக்கத்திற்கும் ஆச்சாரியருக்கும் நெருக்கமான தொடர்புண்டு. பல சூழ்நிலைகளிலும் ஆச்சாரியரை சந்தித்திருக்கிறேன். பல ஆண்டுகளாக இருக்கின்ற ஆச்சாரியனுடைய ஆசீர்வாதம் நடுவில் சில விஷமிகள் புகுந்து ஆச்சாரியருக்கு தவறான தகவல்களை தந்து சங்கடம் ஏற்படுத்த முயற்சித்தார்கள். அது இல்லாமல் மீண்டும் ஆச்சாரியரோடு இனிமையான உறவும் சங்கரமடத்தோடு இனிமையான நட்பும் இருக்கணும். ஆனால் ஆச்சாரியர் ரொம்ப பெரிய மனதோடு வந்தும் நம்மை ஆசீர்வதித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அவர்களுக்கு மீண்டும் மீண்டும் என்னுடைய சார்பிலும் தியானபீடத்தின் சார்பிலும் நன்றியையும் பணிவையும் பக்தியையும் தெரிவிக்கின்றோம்.
So here we had a glimpse of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism receiving Jayendra Saraswati Swamigal, Sri 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 Jayendra Saraswati Swamigal. So before moving on to the next year, let us take a very short break. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. Yes, so welcoming all of you back. Jumping into the 7th January of 2014, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism elaborates on the world's most worshipped deity, Mother Ganga. She is the embodiment of love, completion, pure inner space, and divinity. She landed on the planet Earth to give completion to all of humanity. She has the power to heal us of any deep incompletion just by spending some time living near her. Spiritual practice is increased 1,000-fold when practiced next to her. Let us all appreciate, worship, and protect this ancient sacred waterway, the Ganges, Ganga Mata. So here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, expounding on one of the most sacred part of India, which is Ganga. I'm pretty sure that most of us would have heard of it. Such a sacred river, water body, which millions of people visit on a regular basis to offer their gratitude, their worship, and to be purified by her. It is said that a simple dip in Ganga purifies one from all its sins. So millions and millions of devotees constantly, every day, start their day by going and offering their prayers and receiving the blessings of Ganga Mata, the Mother Ganga. So here the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shares about how Ganga is the embodiment of love, embodiment of completion, has a pure inner space, and is divinity itself. So inviting anyone who is able to go and have darshan of Ganga, Ganga Mata, to do not miss this opportunity. Of course, many devotees, disciples in the past would have gone on various trips with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to the Ganga Mata. So here in this satsang, if you wish to listen to it, you can go again on Nithyananda on the year 2014 and listen to everything which the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed about Ganga Mata on this day.
The next we can see the year of 2015 on the 7th of January, morning satsang continues with the Living Advaita series on Upanishads. Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, assures us that we can all experience the Upanishads. We just need openness. With this openness, we will accumulate all the ultimate wealth in our life directly from the Upanishads, the sacred knowledge, sacred sentiment, and sacred cognitions. In the morning satsang, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism explained about the various cognitions, the powerful cognition where we need to be in the space of openness. Many of us, especially many of the adults who feel that they have read many books of the various Upanishads, Vedas, and have feel that they already know the knowledge of the Vedas. With that space, we can never achieve the real truth from the Master. As Swamiji beautifully says, that when you come to the Master, you just need to drop all the old cognitions and come with the open space for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to download all those aspects in us. If we are already full, we can never receive the full cognitions from the Guru. And it is this space of openness that we should have to receive the various powerful cognitions and to receive the truths mentioned in the Vedas, Agamas, and the Upanishads.
Moving on to the next year, on 2015, again, 7th January, we will be watching part of this short video, Nithyananda Times, which displays the various activities which took place on this very day. So let us have a watch.
Today Nithyananda Brahmotsava, third day. Let's receive Mahadeva's grace first and then enter into the satsang.
नित्येश्वराय चन्द्रशेखराय नित्येश्वराय चन्द्रशेखराय गंगाधराय नित्य नमः गंगाधराय नित्य नमः नित्यानंदाय नित्य बोलो नित्यानंदाय नित्य बोलो आनंद शयन नित्यानंद आनंद शयन नित्यानंद हरे हरे बोलो हरे हरे बोलो हरे हरे बोलो.
Upanishads. The more you read, reread, and digest, internalize, more it makes you beautiful from within. The macrocosm should become part of the microcosm, and microcosm should become part of the macrocosm. Not only the drop should merge into the ocean, and the ocean should merge into the drop. Drop merging into the ocean is enlightenment. When the ocean merges into the drop is an incarnation. The great devotees, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, here in Karnataka, Akkamma Devi, in Andhra, Annamacharya, Tamil Nadu, Jnana Sambandar, Manikkavasa. I can go on listing. They all used the passion and emotion, intensity of the passion and emotion to dissolve into the cosmos. See, provoking you to dissolve into the truth, any spiritual book can do. But provoking the cosmos to dissolve into you, only Upanishads can do it.
From my young age, I had a deep yearning and craving to learn and experience the Upanishads and the Vedic truths. So when Swamiji announced that he'll be talking on Upanishads, I was very excited. Through this Upanishad Satsang series, Swamiji is giving us the experience of Advaita and Shivoham. It is really wonderful and a great joy to sit with Swamiji and experience those great truths and internalize them. So it is really a wonderful opportunity for each and everyone to listen to this Upanishad Satsangs and live Advaita.
Here we can see the 7th of January 2016, where we can see the procession of Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Devalayam, where Lord Chandigeshwara decorated beautifully and taken throughout the ashram for a procession to mark the end of the Brahmotsava. Accounts from all the departments are submitted at the feet of Lord Chandigeshwara, all the department heads offering the puja to Lord Chandikeshwara and Arati at the end of the procession. All of us can see at the end of every Brahmotsavam, the celebrations are done to Lord Chandikeshwara, who is the accountant of Mahakailasa, where all the departments submit the accounts of what donations they have got from the devotees and the kingdoms of various kings, and how the donations were used during the Brahmotsavam in the various celebrations, in the various decorations, and finally everything is submitted to Lord Chandikeshwara as per the Vedas and Agamas, the instructions which Paramashiva has given in the Vedas and Agamas. And here we can see the Chandikeshwara Utsava after the Swamiji's Brahmotsavam, the Jayanti Mahotsava of the birthday celebrations of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Moving on to the year 2017, again on the 7th of January. Today, the delegates of the Nityananda Yogam programs share their awareness after joining their amazement after joining Balisans of the Nityananda Gurukul in the manifestation of powers, the Shaktis. There was also an exciting sharing entitled From Cracking Coconuts to Mastering Cosmic Dimensions. Powers of Nityananda's new species, where sannyasis of the Nityananda order shared amazing stories and happenings from Adhikaranandi's courtyard, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism initiated a new species into the manifestation of the length, breadth, and depth dimensions. She further shared about Chidambaram, how in the ancient times Sadashiva himself awakened the ability to read the Akashic records in Agastya Muni and his disciples, and that for thousands of years the same happening has not taken place on planet Earth until now, where Sadashiva himself has come in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who has given his initiation and into the powers to the Balisans of the Nityananda order. So here, during the year 2017, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism worked day and night intensely in this place, which was called the Adhikaranandi's courtyard, his private quarters, where hundreds of disciples and devotees were being initiated literally every day into a different power. So here we can see one of those days where coconuts were being cracked. So some of these participants came the next day and shared on stage their experiences and their personal experiences, and also what they have witnessed around them while being in the courtyard.
The next we can see the 7th of January 2018, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gives a very powerful Nataraja darshan to all the Mahasadashivoham participants. In the December of 2018, in the December and January of 2018, we had the Mahasadashivoham program, which was a 21-day program conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and every day the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism would grace us with very powerful darshans. Like here we can see the darshan of Nataraja, the manifestation of Paramashiva resembling all the Panchakrityas, the Shrishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Tirobhava, and Anugraha, the creation, maintenance, the sustenance, and rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion and liberation. All the 5 aspects. And here we can see the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is gracing in the form of Paramashiva of Nataraja.
Here we can see another picture of this amazing darshan. Entering into the year 2018, let us also have a quick watch about the various activities, the processions, festivities which took place on this very day in the year 2018.
On the 8th day of the Nithyananda Brahmotsavam, the deities of the Nithyandeshwara Sadashiva Devasthanam went across the Adinam, blessing everyone with their energy. Ganesha, Murga, Mahadeva and Devi, Minakshi, Guru and Chandikeshwara went all together on a joy ride across the Adinam to celebrate the happening of the avatar Paramahamsa Nithyananda on planet Earth.
Shambho Shankara Shambho 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 Shambho Shankara Shambho
Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Namami Shankara Hara Paramesha Vishvesha Shiva Shubhankara Shiva Shiva Shambho Shankara Namami Shankara Hara Paramesha Vishvesha Shiva Shubhankara Sagavada Nithyananda Manasa Nithyananda Jagadodharaka Nithyananda Namami Santatam Paramahamsa Nithyananda Sadashiva.
On the 23rd day of the Mahasadashivoham program, the participants were initiated into the powerful Shaivite initiation of Vishesha Diksha. Along with the initiation, they received the 24-carat crystal carved in the shape of a linga with the Sri Yantra carved on top. This linga gives the right to worship Sadashiva. Once this initiation is taken, a daily puja of the linga has to be done. This puja strengthens the feeling connection with Swamiji and Sadashiva.
Sadashiva Nithyananda Sadashiva
Kaleshwara Mahakalam Kalanjana Nivasinam Kalakrit Kalavedaram Pranatosmi Sadashivam Pranatosmi Sadashivam
Sadashiva Sadashiva Nithyananda Sadashiva 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 Nithyananda Sadashiva
Sarvakrit Sarvavedaram Sarvagnam Aparajitam Sarvabhutatma Bhutastham Pranatosmi Sadashivam Pranatosmi Sadashivam.
Every Sunday, a program called Kalpataru is conducted in Bangalore Adinam and across Tamil Nadu in many languages. This program makes us realize that we are responsible for the reality we are living and we have the power to change it at any moment.
Divya Vataran, Bhavya Vataran, Ananya Vataran.
Lo aaya Vedanta Kesari Bajao Dhamaru Har Basri Lo aaya Vedanta Kesari Bajao Dhamaru Har Basri.
The construction of the Golden Temple started. The initial pillars have been placed and the protective structure has been completed. Once this temple is over, it will be the largest golden temple for Sadashiva in the world and a very powerful statement for the future generation about the authenticity of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. Swamiji always says, Hinduism is real, deities are alive. That temple is an offering to all the blessings Sadashiva has given us.
Yes. So moving on, to 2019, 7th January, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principle of initiation into enlightened sciences during the Everyday Life public talk, the Nithyananda Satsang. In this talk, entitled The Enlightened Civilization is for all beings of this plane, not just human beings. His Divine Holiness opened the Satsang by celebrating the 17th day of the Avatar Brahmotsavam. He then explained to delegates that Kailasa on the planet Earth is part of Paramashiva's Leela, his mission to revive the enlightened civilization in this plane. He revealed that even animals will begin to manifest powers, consciousness, and enlightenment, and only when it is demonstrated, the world will understand the power of the enlightened civilization. Paramashiva's incarnation is not just for human beings, but for all beings on this plane, said His Divine Holiness. He shared once more that whenever he decides to share about enlightenment, the less he wants to speak, the more he wants to reveal.
The next we have the Nitya Satsang from the 7th of January 2020, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, expounded on the cosmic principle, what is fear? The emotional toxin sitting in your lower intestine. During the Everyday Life public address, Nithyananda Satsang, His Divine Holiness shared the Satya Loka directly from the Akashic records, giving a special boon to ignite the Kundalini Shakti in everyone, making all toxins leave the body.
We can see some few more pictures taken during this live talk, Nithyananda Satsang of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So moving on to the last year, the 7th January 2021. Today marked the special day of the 44th Avatar Dinotsava celebration, rejoicing the Jayanti or birthday of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism opened the day with accepting the many offerings of Pratiksha Paduka Pada Puja from disciples from around the world and expounded on the cosmic principles of superconscious breakthrough during the Everyday Life public talk, the Nithyananda Satsang. In this talk, entitled The 44th Avatar Dinotsava, the message from Paramashiva, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism expressed his heartfelt gratitude to everyone present virtually and how elated he is to be celebrating his journey on the planet Earth. He explained that humanity is entering into a new phase after the worst pralaya has ended or completed. He shared that it is time for a superconscious breakthrough for humanity that will allow life to be built consciously. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism shared that he is ready and available to revive Kailasa, the ancient Hindu civilizational nation, with its own territory in order to keep the grand narrative of Hinduism alive. He closed by saying that Kailasa is ready and is manifesting beautifully for all. So during these years of Pralaya, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was not physically available to people and to devotees and disciples, but used to come and is coming for live Nithyananda Satsangs, where everybody is waiting to listen and eager to receive the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the 1008th Avatar of Paramashiva. So with this, let us now get ready to receive the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Devi Parashakti. We will now be entering into the meditation. Sit straight, head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and see Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your Ananda Gandha, your third eye. Connect deeply. Inhale slowly and deeply. Exhale slowly and deeply. Unclutch from the activities of the mind. Come back to this very moment. Chant internally Mahavakya, visualizing the mantra rotating around the Vishuddhi chakra, the throat center. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chanting internally in the form of Ajapa Japa. Drop all your worries, preoccupation of the daily and worldly life. Enter into the space of deep listening, the space of surrender, devotion, to receive the presence, the initiations, and the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Cherish a space of pure receptivity, the yearning to receive the gifts from the avatar of Paramashiva. Inhale deeply, exhale deeply. It is now time to receive the darshan of Paramashiva himself. Slowly open your eyes and receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
बंधवे नमो नित्याय नाम सोषितान मध्वबांधवे नमो नित्याय पामरेतर प्रधान बंधवे नमो नित्याय कालभीत विप्रबाल पालते नमो नित्याय शूल भिन्न दुष्ट दक्ष पालते नमो नित्याय मूल कारणाय दयाल वालते नमो नित्याय इष्ट वस्तु मुख्य दान हेतवे नमो नित्याय दुष्ट दैत्य वंश धूमकेतवे नमो नित्याय सृष्टि रक्षणाय धर्म सेतवे नमो नित्याय अष्टमूर्तये वृषेन्द्र केतवे नमो नित्याय आपदत्रिभेद टङ्क हस्तते नमो नित्याय पापहारि दिव्य सिन्धु मस्तते नमो नित्याय पापधारिणे लसन्न मस्तते भव्यरूपते नमो नित्याय हेममेदिनी धरेन्द्र चापते नमो नित्याय नाममानकृद्दुरापते नमो नित्याय ब्रह्मगेन्द्र कुण्डल प्रसिद्धते नमो नित्याय ब्रह्मणे प्रणीत वेद पद्धते नमो नित्याय जिह्वकालदेक दत्त पद्धते नमो नित्याय कामनाशनाय शुद्ध कर्मणे नमो नित्याय सामगान जायमान शर्मणे नमो नित्याय सामजासुरांग लब्ध चर्मणे नमो नित्याय जन्म मृत्यु घोर दुःख हारिणे नमो नित्याय चिन्मयैक रूप देह धारिणे नमो नित्याय मन्मनोरथावपूर्तिकारिणे नमो नित्याय सन्मनोगरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे यक्षराजबन्धवेदयालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षपाणिशोभिकाञ्चनालवे नमो नित्याय पक्षिराजवागकृच्छयालवे नमो नित्याय अक्षिपालवेदपूततालवे नमो नित्याय दक्षहस्तनिष्ठजातवेदसे नमो नित्याय अक्षरात्मने नमाध्वडौचसे नमो नित्याय दीक्षितप्रकाशितात्मतेजसे नमो नित्याय अक्षराजवागते सताङ्गते नमो नित्याय राजदाचलेन्द्र सानुवासिने नमो नित्याय राजमान नित्यमन्दहासिने नमो नित्याय राजगौरकावतं सभासिने नमो नित्याय राजराजमित्रता प्रकाशिने नमो नित्याय दीनमानवालिकामधेनवे नमो नित्याय सूनबाणदागकृत्कृशानवे नमो नित्याय वामरागभक्तरत्नसानवे नमो नित्याय दानवान्धकारचण्डभानवे नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा सर्वमङ्गलाकुचाग्रशायिने नमो नित्याय सर्वदेवतागणातिशायिने नमो नित्याय पूर्वदेवनाश संविधायिने नमो नित्याय सर्वमन्मनोजभङ्गदायिने नमो नित्याय लोकभक्तितोऽपि भक्तपोषिणे नमो नित्याय माकरन्दसारवर्षि भाषिणे नमो नित्याय एकबिल्वदानतोऽपि दोषिणे नमो नित्याय नैकजन्म पापजालतोषिणे नमो नित्याय सर्वजीवरक्षणैकशीलिने नमो नित्याय कीर्तनप्रियाय भक्तपालिने नमो नित्याय दुर्विदग्धदैत्यसैन्यधारिणे नमो नित्याय शर्वरीशधारिणे कपालिने नमो नित्याय वाहिमामुमामनोज्ञ देवते नमो नित्याय देहि मे वरं सिताद्रिगेहते नमो नित्याय मोहितर्षिकामिनी समोहते नमो नित्याय स्नेहितप्रसन्नकामदोहते नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा नित्या हरे नित्यानन्दा मङ्गलप्रदाय गोतुरङ्गते नमो नित्याय गङ्गयातरङ्गितोत्तमाङ्गते नमो नित्याय सङ्गरप्रवृत्तवैरिभङ्गते नमो नित्याय अङ्गजारये करे पुरङ्गते नमो नित्याय ईहितक्षणप्रदानहेतवे नमो नित्याय आहिताग्निपालकोक्षकेतवे नमो नित्याय देहि कान्तिधूतरौप्य धातवे नमो नित्याय गेकदुःखपुञ्ज धूमकेतवे नमो नित्याय रक्षदीन सत्कृपाकटाक्षते नमो नित्याय दक्ष सप्ततन्तुनाश दक्षते नमो नित्याय रूक्षराजभानुपावकाक्षते नमो पाशनाश नीलकण्ठते नमो नित्याय शर्मदाय वर्य भस्मकण्ठते नमो नित्याय निर्ममर्षि सेवितोपकण्ठते नमो नित्याय कुन्महेन तीर्णमद्विकुण्ठते नमो नित्याय इष्टपाधिपाय नम्र विष्णवे नमो नित्याय शिष्टविप्रहृत्कुपाचरिष्णवे नमो नित्याय इष्टवस्तु नित्यतुष्ट जिष्णवे नमो नित्याय कष्टनाशनाय लोकजिष्णवे नमो नित्याय अप्रमेय दिव्य सुप्रभावते नमो नित्याय सत्प्रपन्न रक्षण स्वभावते नमो नित्याय मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय अंतकांतकाय पापहारिणे नमो नित्याय शन्तमाय दन्ति चर्मधारिणे नमो नित्याय संतताश्रितं यथा विदारिणे नमो नित्याय जन्तुजात नित्य सौख्यकारिणे नमो नित्याय शूलिने नमो नमः कपालिने नमो नित्याय पालिने विरिञ्चि मुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय लीलिने विशेषरुण्डमालिने नमो नित्याय शीलिने नमः प्रपुण्यशालिने नमो नित्याय मुक्ति दिव्य भोगदायिने नमो नित्याय शक्ति कल्पित प्रपंच भागिने नमो नित्याय भक्त संकटापहार योगिने नमो नित्याय युक्त सन्मनः सरोज योगिने नमो नित्याय नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे नित्यानन्द नित्या हरे
ओम जय नित्यानंदा जय
ॐ नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidar Kotari, visitors, viewers, everyone sitting with us all over the world. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from KAILASA. Listen intensely. Divya Sharira, the body, indestructible, effulgence, which is inside all of us. Please understand, this Divya Sharira is the core component of all of us. There is no person who does not have Divya Sharira. Everyone has a Divya Sharira. How much ever you think you are good or bad, you think you are God or demon, whatever you think, you have a Divya Sharira. That Divya Sharira strengthened, energized, inspired by sattvic food to the body, sattvic food to the mind, sattvic food to the consciousness. Enjoy this three in your life continuously. Don't worry about what should be negated. See, focusing on what need to be negated makes you very depressed, even feeling deprived. Instead, enjoy what need to be gained. Listen. I have always seen in this 40 years of my Chaturmasya, please understand, it has become almost 40 years now, coming Chaturmasya. This Guru Purnima is my 40th Chaturmasya. In my 40 years of Chaturmasya, Chaturmasya is the 4-year vow, 4-month vow. Chaturmasya means in Sanskrit, the exact meaning is 4-month. That 4-month vow, sannyasis take to replenish themselves, rejuvenate themselves with this sattvic energy, feeding the body with intense sattvic food, feeding the mind with intense sattvic food. Mind has a beautiful sattvic food. Feeding the consciousness with intense sattvic energy. And strengthening the Divya Sharira. The whole purpose of Chaturmasya is that only. These 4 months focused on that strengthening of the Divya Sharira. See, if the Divya Sharira in you, the self-effulgent light body in you, if that is strong, you are an enlightened being. You enjoy best things of the consciousness, your existence. You enjoy the best gifts of your existence. If that self-effulgent Divya Sharira gets more and more covered, you get deluded, suffer with the external world, delusions, delusion, whatnot, whatever. Now, I don't want to get into the negative side description. If you miss strengthening Divya Sharira, what happens? I don't want to waste time on that. I only wanted to describe how to strengthen the Divya Sharira. Self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasa Sutta Sarira, Daiva Sharira. All of us have. The methodologies to strengthen the Divya Sharira and manifest powers of Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, and powers of Paramashiva. This truth is the message from Paramashiva directly to the whole humanity. Let me explain this truth, this message. Please understand. Yesterday, many people were asking me, Swamiji, in the pre-satsang, your sannyasis and sannyasinis and whole Kailasa and Sangha is explaining all the persecution you went through and so much of material evidences, facts are presented by them. What they are talking in the pre-satsang yesterday or last few days, and when you come for satsang, what you are speaking means what I am speaking and what they are presenting, both are not even connected. Many people are questioning me. Listen, please understand. They are talking about what unconscious human beings have done to us. I am talking about what Kailasa is giving it to all of you. Please be very clear. My work, my responsibility, my focus for which I happened is to bring the greatest gifts from Mahakailasa, as I said, the ground zero, where decisions are made, where the consciousness is making decisions about the existence. I am straight coming from that space. Straight I am from that space now. So I am sharing what Mahakailasa, Paramashiva wants to share with you all. I am going to give what I need to give it to the world. And what my sannyasis are telling in the pre-satsang hosting, it is true. I have been attacked. My sannyasis have been attacked. My sangha has been attacked. It is true. They are telling what the unconscious humanity has given to us. See, I wanted to share three things with you all. First, what I need to give to the humanity. Gifts from Mahakailasa. The science of enlightenment, the science of power manifestation, the science of becoming superconscious beings. This is the essence of why life happened on planet Earth. Why living beings happened on planet Earth. My purpose is to give superconscious breakthrough for which living beings have happened on planet Earth. So all the gifts, I have so much to give it to all of you. And I tell you, this Aushadha science, the thoughts can be used to program plants, herbs. I have already proved this not only through me, through my Gurukul Balasans. My Balasans can talk to any rose plant for 10 days without touching the rose plant, make that rose plant drop all their thorns, not one. Hundreds of rose plants under CCTV camera. All my kids do is they go and sit and talk to those plants, relate with those plants, give them the love, feeling secured, energy and consciousness. Those plants just drop the thorns. I have proved this science multiple times, thousands of times, through many of my balasans, in many of my ashrams, and still I can prove, I can demonstrate even now. So this is the science. And now I want to tell you the next level. Any disease, the cure needed for the disease is a conscious energy which need to be inserted into your body, can be programmed into any herb, and that herb can be given to you, you will be healed. It's a science. It's a greater science. This science is called Aushadhi. This is the core science of materia medica of Hindu medicine. Understand? I have learnt this Aushadhi science from my three gurus. My gurus, three of them are masters of this Aushadhi science. Isakki Swami and Kuppammal. I always considered both of them as together, one being, because actually one being used both the bodies. I know for sure. Only one person used both the bodies. And Raghupati Yogi. We even have a beautiful photograph of Raghupati Yogi personally applying an Aushadha on one of his disciple. The disciple, I think, is from outside India, abroad. He had some paralytic attack. Just only in 3 days, my Guru has healed him completely with Aushadha and Narayana Swami Tata. These three masters of this Aushadha science gave me this knowledge. Of course, ultimately, Arunagiri Yogeshwara Paramashiva himself showered the whole experience and expertise. Listen. Herbs can be programmed. Plants can be programmed. Consciously programmed. This is the Hindu materia medica science. If somebody, it is 100 times more than getting any MBBS, MD or anything. Unfortunately, Hindus neither understood nor recognized. Due to the continuous persecution done on them, genocide done on them, all the knowledge of the Hindu tradition was destroyed, and even Hindus are made to lose confidence on the knowledge. And after a few generations of brainwashing, even Hindus feel all these are false, and they attack the Hindu gurus who are trying to revive all these great truths. It's like some part of your own body destroying your body, like autoimmune disorder. Hindus have been infected by the anti-Hindu elements with the autoimmune disorder. Part of your own body destroys your body, like HIV virus, this AIDS. That kind of a mental setup has been infused. Consciousness has been infused into Hindus. And unfortunately, due to this hundreds of years of persecution and making sure all this knowledge not available to common Hindus, this all made to look like a myth, fake stories, legend, or maybe long before, thousands of years before the science was there, but now it is not there, or it is not possible to revive. All these kind of ideas are inserted into the common Hindus' minds. And anybody who is trying to establish, revive the science is beaten black and blue and destroyed. See, unfortunately, Hindus lost the understanding about this collective integrity. See, if a ship has to stay afloat, all the mechanisms in that ship need to stay integrated. It can be the maintenance engineer or the cleaning staff, captain, all the equipments fixed in the ship, everything, the machineries, and all human beings, all of them need to be integrated for the ship to stay afloat. A maintenance supervisor cannot say, I have done my job, but the cleaning staff is not doing his job. What can I do? Anyhow, if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed because I have done my job. If a maintenance engineer thinks he is a fool because when the ship sinks, he is also going to die. Not only he is going to lose his job, he is going to lose his life. Please see the photograph of my Guru, Raghupati Yogi, applying Aushadha on a patient and healing him from stroke. Maybe he had a stroke and some problem in his spine. So Raghupati Yogi applied the Aushadha and healed him completely. I've seen the Raghupati Yogi's love and compassion. Now listen, let me tell you. For the ship to stay afloat and reach the place where it need to reach, everyone in the ship need to be integrated. It's called collective integrity. A maintenance engineer cannot think, oh, I have done my job, but the fuel manager is not doing his job, or the cleaning person is not doing his job. So if the ship sinks, I will not be blamed. I will not be questioned. I am safe. Let whatever happens to others, or whatever others do or don't do, what is there for me. That level of integrity will not work for the ship to stay afloat. This is exactly done by the Hindus. In the modern day, everyone says, oh, I have tried my best. I have done my best. But others are not doing. What can I do? I have seen this as a typical mold. Same narrative. Whether it comes to reclaiming the political legitimacy of the Hindus, or reclaiming their temples, or reclaiming their organizations and religious freedom, or any guru's organizations running. Please understand, any problem Hindus are facing, still being the slave. Please be very clear. Any Hindu not living under the Hindu constitution is a slave. This is a definition. How the Muslims are very clear. If you are not living under the Islamic law, Islamic constitution, you are a slave. So be very clear. Hindus should understand, if you are not living under Hindu constitution and Hindu law, if you are not living somewhere, please listen. Let me put it very clearly. If you are living in a place where Veda Agamas are the constitution and Manusmriti is the jurisprudence, you can freely declare, you can openly declare, you are a free Hindu. You are a Hindu with freedom to practice Hinduism. Anyone living anywhere where the Veda Agamas are not constitution and Manusmriti is not jurisprudence, you are a slave. At least realize it. Wake up to the truth, reality. What you should do, all that I don't know. I'll at least tell the truth. At least wake up to the truth. Be very clear about it. So whether you ask the Hindus, why are you living a slavery life? Why you don't have a religious freedom? Why your temples are not under you, it's under the government? Why your temple wealth is not used for running gurukuls, the Hindu schools? Why your temple wealth is not being used to develop and spread Hindu medicines? The most funny thing, many of the so-called Hindu ashrams and Hindu organizations run Christian medical institutions. They are not realizing we have a great Hindu medical science. Because the Hindu medical science is neither given legal legitimacy nor given social legitimacy. It's always under constant threat. Even though the Hindu medicinal system is its depth and breadth, everything is far more than any other medical system in the world. "2,000 years before, our guys have performed cosmetic surgery. The Hindu doctors and Hindu medical visionaries like Shushruta, many of the Hindu surgeons, if we have developed our science and retained what we developed, today the Hindu medicine would have been the most powerful, and Hindu medicine is always about the healing and cure. It has nothing to do with monetizing. See, the Hindu medicine is kept in pure form without economical agendas and political agendas. By being kept with the Brahmanas, neither the economical agendas of the Vaishyas can interfere, nor the political agendas of the Kshatriyas can interfere with the Hindu medicinal system. The whole knowledge was vested with the Brahmanas. And please, all of you understand, when I talk about the Varna, it is based on the quality of a person, not by birth. You ask any question to Hindus, why your medical system, Hindu medicinal system is destroyed? Why you guys are not having any respect for the greatest and oldest jurisprudence, the Hindu law Manusmriti? Everyone will have one answer. Oh, I am done, I am doing whatever I can, but others are not doing. What can I do? Exact answer. A maintenance engineer in a ship, if he gives, what will happen to the ship? That exactly same thing is happening to these guys. We need Hindus to start thinking with a collective integrity. Not only I will do my job as maintenance engineer, I will make sure the fuel manager does his job as fuel manager. And cleaning person does his job as a cleaning person. We need that kind of an ecosystem for Hinduism to be revived. I decided very clearly that can be done only in a place where we have political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the grace of Paramashiva, I got a place. Maybe small, but I got a place with a political legitimacy and political sovereignty for Hinduism. Hindu nation, KAILASA. Only in this place, this collective integrity ecosystem can be built. A maintenance engineer spends 60% of his working time for his job and the other 40% to to integrate with other teams and make sure the other teams are also in integrity so the ship stays afloat. And I tell you, many of my Adinavasis who are still there in Adi Kailash or in our ashram, or some of the Adinavasis who left, many of them are highly integrated. Unfortunately, they are not trained in this vision, science of collective integrity. See, many of them are very highly integrated. They say, I have done my job. I am very integrated. Swamiji knows. What can I do if others are not doing? That is not going to bring the result if a maintenance engineer, even if he is highly integrated and he doesn't care about the fuel manager properly adding fuel to the ship engines, the ship is going to sink. And maintenance engineer may not be blamed, but he is going to lose his job and life. Many of the individually integrated people in my Sangha missed this truth. Only with the collective integrity, the ship can stay afloat. If not, you may not be blamed because you have been integrated. But the final result is not going to happen. You are also going to lose your job and life both. Thoroughly understood. Hindus have been beaten too long. And maximum they have the energy only to be individually integrated. They don't have energy to manage the collective integrity. So only the captain has to be responsible for the collective integrity. The collective integrity, education and evolving a structure with a collective integrity. For reviving Hinduism, we need a place with a political legitimacy and political sovereignty. With the blessings of Paramashiva, Ganapati, Kalabhairava, all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa, Bhuma Devi, we got a place for Kailasa with the political sovereignty and legitimacy. We have a place. More than one place, actually. We have a place now, more than one place. I tell you, I have to do it. I cannot waste time in blaming, in cursing. I don't have time for that. I am already 43. I have to do it. Of course, the grace of Paramashiva, we did it. We have a place now. The base is ready. Now the collecting the individuals and organizing. Even now I can see I have amazing individuals who are so highly dedicated and integrated to me. I can name every one in front of me. If you see the integrity of Ma Divyananda, she is equivalent to a Nayanmar. Push Murugai and Saras Murugai. Sumati, Ma Parameshwara, Karunananda, Ma Paramananda. I can go on reading everybody. I tell you, I never praise Ma Pranapriya, her integrity. If I need a kidney, I don't need, I will never need, I am very healthy and I am going to live a healthy life. I am giving you, for example, if I need a kidney, I will take only from Ma Pranapriya. Because she will not even repent 1 second, oh, I gave my kidney to Swamiji. That kind of integrity. But this individual's integrity will not be enough. We need collective integrity. There are so many people who gave their life to me, not just their wealth. They will even give a body organ to me if I need. If I need a kidney, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. If I need an eye, I don't know how many people will apply to donate. I have such highly integrated, dedicated, devoted people. But unfortunately, none of them understand that it is a collective integrity which is needed to make Kailasa successful. Not just individual integrity. Everyone is so happy and satisfied and fulfilled. I am individually integrated to Swamiji. Hey, that is not enough. I am telling you, na. Pushp and Saras Murugai. I am giving you an example. Saras Murugai and Pushp Murugai. They gave all their wealth to me. Sarvavari Tyagis. Not even 1 second they even felt did they do right or wrong. They know for sure giving everything to Swamiji is the ultimate right best thing. As I told, if I take a kidney from Ma Pranapriya for me, not even 1 second she will repent or think, or she will not even have a second thought. Did I do right or wrong by giving my kidney to Swamiji? Never ever she will have a second thought. I have such highly integrated people. You see, these few names I uttered because they are in front of my eyes. And I have long list. The names I have not uttered. But unfortunately, none of them understand just the individual integrity is not enough for the ship to stay afloat. It is collective integrity that is required. Pranapriya will not have any problem to give her kidney to me. She will not even have a second thought. But she cannot go for rounds all over the campus and make everyone work and keep everyone's integrity. Because she doesn't understand. It is collective integrity that keeps a ship stay afloat. Same way Saras Murugai. She will work 24/7 for me. but she cannot ask the other people in the team to work. I tell you, this is one of the biggest curse Hindus are suffering. Everyone feels, oh, I am integrated, I will do what I need to do. Others are not doing, what can I do? It is captain's responsibility in making collective integrity happen, everyone to be integrated, not mine. Sometimes people in the ship, one side maintenance team enjoys the other side maintenance team failing, thinking, oh, see how we are victorious now, they are failing, and that side of the ship, such big holes are happening. Hey, if the water comes in and the ship sinks, all of you are going to die. Why don't you understand? Hindus lack this understanding. In every level, whether, see, a major 100 problems of Hindus, if you list, their temples are not in their hands. All the income, money comes to the temple. For spreading Hinduism is not used for that purpose. And all the wealth dedicated and donated for Hinduism by their ancestors is not used for that purpose. Somebody was telling me the other day, I am not talking about one state or any one country, and I don't interfere in any country's internal administration and all that. I am talking to Hindus to wake up. Wherever you are suffering slavery, you need to understand. Many of the wealth dedicated by their ancestors to revive and maintain Hindu arts, Hindu medicine, Hindu spiritual truths, the wealth is not being used. Whether it's a political slavery or the persecution Hindus suffering or not having the religious freedom to own their religious worship places in their control, not having the freedom to practice their religion as they want, as the agamas, their religious scriptures describe, not able to maintain and hold their religious organizations or religious wealth under them. You ask any question, any problem to any Hindu thinkers, think tanks, Hindu organizations, Hindu leaders, Hindus, whether common Hindu or Hindu thinkers, ask them, any of them, these questions. Why the Hindu gurus are being attacked left, right, center through the hate speech, and systematically the Hindu organizations are pulled down, collapsed, and why Hindus are keeping quiet without defending the Hindu gurus who are the... See, Hindu gurus are attacked to destroy Hinduism. Please understand, the anti-Hindu elements, their goal, their aim is Hinduism. Because the Hindu gurus are defending Hinduism and promoting Hinduism, they are being attacked. And Hindus are not waking up to this truth. You ask any of these questions, this top 100 questions, top 100 problems, you list top 100 problems of the Hindus. Getting bullied in the cyberspace. So much of cyber bullying. All the major social media organizations are anti-Hindu. Racist. So much cyberbullying, racist attacks on Hindus. They don't have their temples under their control. Their gurus are being attacked left, right, center. Every day one guru is pulled down with false accusations, false cases, lawfare, hate speech, very systematically. List all these 100 problems and ask these questions. Everyone will say, oh, I am doing whatever I can. But others are not doing. What can we do? We need Hindu leaders who understand collective integrity truth. It is collective integrity which is going to keep the ship stay afloat. Even if you have only 10 people in your team, if you are able to make that whole team collective integrity, your Kailasa will be successful. You can be head of a Kailasa and it will be successful. I tell you, in every level, I have to do my responsibility. In my responsibility, things to do list, foremost, first priority is to bring all the great superconscious gifts from Kailasa and share it with you all. That's my first priority. As I told, strengthening your Divya Sharira with the right methodologies, making your body sattvic through yoga, right aushadha and sattvic food, making your mind sattvic and powerful through completion, unclutching, nirvikalpa samadhi, making your consciousness powerful by that sattvic Paramashivananda, introducing literally the existence, conscious existence of Paramashiva. You just know Paramashiva is alive and he is in me. He is sitting alive, blissful, with his broad Swarupa. Paramashiva Paramburul. Knowing he is alive in you. Makes your consciousness sattvic. My first and foremost responsibility is to bring these great gifts to all of you. and to bring these gifts to all of you and share it with all of you, making all of you enlightened and enjoy. This is my first and foremost responsibility, and this is my first priority. My second priority, second work is making all my Sangha, people who have given their life to me, making them understand the great truth of collective integrity. As I told, I have the best people, most dedicated. One of the most sweetest message I received in last few days is Akil Kodali sending me message, Swamiji, please come to satsang. I miss you too much. I could not control my laughter. Actually, this message from Akil Kodali has put such a wide smile on my face. Hey, this fellow having so much romance and love. I tell you, I have best people around me. Akil will give anything he has for me, will not even think he has given that to me. He will literally feel he is enjoying that through me. That kind of a love. I have such highly integrated people. But unfortunately, all of them need to understand the importance of collective integrity. It is only the collective integrity which will keep the ship afloat, successful. Write 108 times collective integrity, collective integrity, collective integrity, collective integrity. Not selective integrity or individual integrity alone. Individual integrity is okay, good. But it is collective integrity. Only that can keep the ship afloat and successful. My second responsibility is making my Sangha, KAILASA, all the people who gave their life to me, who gave their individual integrity to me, making them realize collective integrity's importance. I think in all our ashram, in every room, we should put a small board beautifully. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat. Not just individual integrity. So, the people who are working in accounts department, distributing money, and the people who are working in Goshala and keeping the Goshala clean and cows healthy, happy, and the people who are doing the agriculture and growing the herbs, and people who are doing puja in the temple, everyone need to have integrity to keep the ship afloat. The collective integrity only will keep the ship afloat. Making the people who declared their integrity to me, making them realize the importance of collective integrity. I have some people highly dedicated, like Sri Shanta Priyananda. He will be absolutely obedient to Guru Vak. Anything I say, he will simply obey. But complete loose, cranky. He cannot even talk to others. Make a simple coordination. Even simple coordination he cannot do. Sri Shanta Priyananda, write 108 times. Collective integrity keeps the ship afloat. Collective integrity makes the Kailasa successful. Collective integrity only will make my life successful. If one department fails, then be very clear, everyone is going to not only lose the job, lose the life, because the ship is going to sink. In all our ashrams, all our temples, all our monasteries, all our gurukuls, we should have a clear board. Almost like every hall, every room, even the devotee's house where you are literally living like an extended Kailasa, you should put a board. It is collective integrity that makes your life and Kailasa successful. People who can make collective integrity successful are the leaders. Working with others, whatever need to be done, making it happen. My second responsibility is teaching my Kailasa people the collective integrity. Third, my third work is making Hindus aware how they are being cheated, exploited, destroyed, hit, persecuted. I tell you, one of the worst thing is Hindus are not even realizing they are being persecuted, they are under siege. Very active war is going on. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking, dying religion. Sorry for using the word dying. Fastest shrinking religion. Go and see the statistics. Don't try to come and kambusutufai here. Go and see the statistics. Hinduism is the fastest shrinking religion. Just see last 100 years track record. You will understand what I am saying. These three are my important responsibilities. Let me do my first responsibility. Inspiring, initiating, making all of you understand in every level working with your body, with your mind, with your consciousness, and experiencing Divya Sharira, the divine conscious body, understand these few principles. These few principles which I am going to share with you all now are like universal, sarvabhaumya, vrataha. These are like universal vows, universal principles. Sattvic means anything which awakens the qualities of consciousness in you, like extreme love, fulfillment. I tell you, when I manifest from samadhi, the kind of the love and joy, excitement, intensity I feel, actually this withdrawing from the society, I am enjoying like anything. I am basically a loner. Enjoys is aloneness. I don't feel intimidated or disturbed by the crowd. Thousands coming. No, I don't feel disturbed. It's not that I hate people, no. But I enjoy my space, just being with me in samadhi. It is such an extraordinary living joy, living experience of bliss, not imagination, theory, visualization, fantasy, no. Living How you feel you are alive in your body. Bliss is a living experience for me in Samadhi. It is just alive. Anything infuses that bliss alive as living experience in you is sattva. That is what I call good food. Good food is sattva. Sattva is the good food. I am getting so many questions now alive. The live questions. Bhushanananda is asking, dear Swamiji, what more can I do to keep the boat afloat? Bhushanananda, first drop all your fears, delusion. Go back to Adi Kailash. Decide your life is to keep the collective integrity. Sincere decision, intention to keep the collective integrity is enough. That will inspire everyone. Please understand, anyone who lives in my Kailasa, all over the world, whether it is a Adi Kailasa or Salem or Biddi or Tiruvannama, anyone who lives in my Kailasa, naturally, they have declared their individual integrity to me. They don't need to be inspired. They need to see others are also working for collective integrity. So let me also work for collective integrity. That's all. We just need few examples who are sincerely working for collective integrity. Then everyone will simply decide, yes, collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity is my life. Collective integrity keeps the boat afloat. Keeps the ship afloat. They just need few examples who are sincere to work for collective integrity. Bhushanananda, go to Adi Kailasa, be an example. Through your sincerity, show that you want everyone to come to collective integrity constantly, holding the space, talking to everyone, reaching out to everyone, inspiring everyone, educating everyone about the collective integrity and how only collective integrity is going to make the ship afloat. Individual integrity alone is not enough to keep the ship afloat. You realizing and making everyone realize, that will only make the ship afloat. Bhushanananda, I know you are integrated to me individually, but you need to work for collective integrity. That is what is the real leader. Leader is a person who works for collective integrity, not just individually integrated. As I said, I have many people who will just be happily ready to donate their kidney for me, but cannot go around and inspire others, ask others, work with others, and make others also integrated and make the collective integrity. I'm just seeing all the questions, live questions. Everyone is asking, how can we make the collective integrity happen? Actually, there is no manual for it. You need to start working with people. You need to start listening to people. You need to start bringing completion with yourself and with people. You need to start building team. We have a clear process. Manifesting everyone's reality. That used to be the syllabus for Inner Awakening 4th level. We had Inner Awakening level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, where everyone's vision, ambition is shared and everyone tries to help to make everyone's vision into reality. So that should become the ecosystem, the collective integrity should become the ecosystem of every Kailasa. Any Kailasa where the collective integrity become ecosystem, that Kailasa will be successful. That's all. Maybe you can all think about collective integrity and have a Vakyartha Sadas about collective integrity. Not having collective integrity is the source reason and sole reason for all the problems of the Hindus. Any Kailasa brings collective integrity as the ecosystem will be successful and solve all problems of Hindus. See, when a collective integrity is brought, everyone in the team will be successful. Everyone will be successful. Simple, super determinism to have a collective integrity brings collective integrity. That's what I am doing. How much I am attacked, abused from externally and even from internally, how many ways I have been attacked. But super determinism to keep the collective integrity, that made the Kailasa successful. Kailasa happened. That is making the Kailasa stay afloat and successful. Let's do Vakyartha Sadas on this and bring all your questions. I'll answer all those questions tomorrow in the next satsang live. The next live satsang, let's all work on this collective integrity. Let's all radiate with collective integrity also. Integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Paramadvaitam, the Shuddhadvaita Saivam, the state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and KAILASA of Paramashiva, Paramashivoham, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्रीकैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्तश्यामलापीठारूढ श्रीमीनाक्षि
Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadasham Tattvamasya Lakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagwan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing, manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Beautifully, Bhagavan explained what is power manifestation. Everything deciding as you want. Living as conscious sovereignty as your reality. And the science of power manifestation is a science because millions have experienced that, and each one of us can experience in every power manifestation having the cognitive shift beyond what we call it the logical mind to the superconscious space. The pramanas give us the evidences to take us beyond the mind to the superconscious space. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of Aptas. Aptas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamas, Alvars, Siddhas, Yoginis, and millions of them who manifested the powers of Paramashiva. They are the authority of Hinduism. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation, Bhagavan's very own Leela to showcase to the world how the conscious sovereignty simply manifests as collective integrity, collective consciousness. Shakshi Pramana, experience of the millions of disciples, devotees, followers all around the world initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully says, whoever comes to Kailash courtyard is in the Garbha Mandir simply manifesting all their auspiciousness, abundance, bliss, healing, and more as their reality. When they have the feeling connection, the consciousness, the oneness as their reality with Paramashiva. The Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study, measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Bhagavan Paramashiva has clearly documented in Avatar Shastra what happens when you manifest powers, what happens to your brain. It simply starts focusing the superconscious space into your existential reality. That is, the prefrontal cortex becomes very vivid and alive. The discoveries, the inventions, the bliss, the healing, the auspiciousness, abundance, everything starts flowing as your reality. Let's go to the Shastra Pramana for the power of will. Is taken from the source scriptures, Shiva Sutra, Sutra 1.13. Paramashiva beautifully gives us in this sutra, Icha Shakti Uma Kumari. Bhagavan Paramashiva says his will is energy of Shiva and it is called Uma, the independent power of Paramashiva, and it is called Kumari, the cosmic energy that plays. Bhagavan Paramashiva says how important it is to understand the cosmic energy. When we understand the individual, what we have the sankalpa as Paramashiva is real. It's like we committing to Paramashiva. But when we understand we are not just the individual will, we are the collective consciousness, the ocean who is reflected in us as the consciousness in us also. When we understand we are the whole, not as a part, we start experiencing the infinite possibilities, infinite happenings of the planet Earth. Again and again, Bhagavan gives us how Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he was asked by Swami Vivekananda, have you seen God? And Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, I see him more alive than what I see you. And when somebody asks Swami Vivekananda, have you seen God? And he answers so beautifully, through God only I can even see you. Only because we have consciousness, we are right now sitting in the session and experiencing the greater reality. It is not by accident we are here on planet Earth. Bhagavan says, out of 8.4 million species, we could have been anything, but here we are on planet Earth as human being. And out of 8 billion people, we are here at the Kailash courtyard is the ultimate blessings, Bhagavan says, is the ultimate happening that you are present where I am alive and I am waiting to manifest through each one of you as your abundance, as your bliss and as your reality. When we understand that outer world, whatever we are perceiving, either it is good or bad, whatever we are perceiving, because of the perception in the outer world, which is delusion, what we are concluding is again delusion. Bhagavan Paramashiva beautifully says, whether it is predetermined or free will, if you're deciding based on the results of what you experience from the outer world, you are falling and pulling yourself into delusion again. But if you understand from the space, I am Paramashiva, I am manifesting the powers of all that which is happening, whether good or bad, you are in the right cognition. You will be able to have the power of will. The power of will is nothing but not getting deluded by whatever is happening in the outer world and ready to let go that so that you understand who you are as Paramashiva. For example, when we are in a very difficult situation in the dream, a tiger chasing us, we wake up and we are completely unclutched saying, oh God, it's just a dream. We are able to wake up and be in the existential reality, what we call as perceiver reality. And when we are, something happens bad in this dream, what we call it perceptional reality, and we wake up that, hey, I am Paramashiva, how can this happen to me? That is exactly how when we go into the deep sleep, we experience that beyond what we are going through, whether we had a surgery, whether we had a very mental trauma, when we are in deep sleep, we are equal to a baby. There is no difference. So who is that who's experiencing all the incompletion? Because incompletion is not there in my deep sleep. So all that we are doing is just a narration we are holding, and those narration is also not us. Bhagavan beautifully says, the lamp is bought, the shadow is seen. The shadow itself does not have any power. Because there is a lamp, there is a shadow. And trying to chase the shadow is completely, it doesn't make any help for us. So what we can do is bring the light more and simply the shadow disappears. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, in our life, whatever we are going through is because we don't understand that we are chasing the shadow. We are not looking at the light. Whether it is a good cause or a bad cause, it is still we are chasing the shadow which does not exist. And running behind something which does not exist, whether it is a pleasure or pain, is going to delude us more and more into something is there for us to achieve, or something is there to fulfill, or something is there to learn. Something is always thinking outside us does not exist. Bhagavan Paramashiva, who you are is Paramashiva, consciousness, the ultimate. The ultimate who you are is so powerful. It's a fifth force. Like, for example, you teach a child, you drop something, you have the gravitational force. You drop bigger object, you see the bigger happening on the gravitational force. Mass attracts larger mass. Same way Bhagavan says, how you understand that the consciousness is powerful than the fourth force, the strong nuclear force, and it's a fifth force. It is so strong that even if you think for a few minutes, hey, I am not just the body, I am consciousness, which is existing in this body and which is experience. Even if you think for a few seconds, Bhagavan says, you are attracting all the auspiciousness and abundance in your life. Bhagavan beautifully gives the Apta Pramana, how Mata Sita, the greatest happening on planet Earth, she went through the Agni Pariksha when she came from the Ravana space simply to show her chastity. Chastity does not mean anything from the outer world, but it means she was mastering beyond the hormone in the body, the ups and downs, not getting disturbed by anything in the outer world, not by fantasy nor by fear, but she was in such a peace, a restful awareness that she could just walk in the fire and fire did not touch her. Bhagavan says, whoever is able to go beyond their hormones, ups and downs, they can play with the nature as they want. And clearly she has proven to the world how there is nothing in her, no guilt, no fear, no nothing, no powerless moment that she experienced when she went away from Rama. She was only in the space Ramanama, and she simply came back as pure as she is, and simply she was in such a oneness with Ramanama, Rama himself. This is from the Valmiki Ramayana, Yuddha Kanda, Sarga 116. Bhagavan beautifully says how we are more bothered about others' input on us is like putting ourselves in a jail, and which is more problem is our own opinion of us, which is putting inside a cell of the jail. And we are creating more issues for ourselves than anything from outside. When we drop everything, we are in the pure space of oneness. Bhagavan beautifully explains in Atma Pramana.
Case about this eating disorder pattern. If you break your eating disorder pattern, not only you will be free from that pattern, you will have powers to manipulate your body and mind as you want. If you have done at least one D-samyama, then you will know how you can manipulate your body. You can just play with it. You can play with it. All these stupid theories of acidity, diabetes, tiredness associated to food are true as long as you associate them, not otherwise. I was reading in the Facebook, somebody wrote, one of the biggest prison human beings suffer is what others think about themselves. I tell you, no, there is bigger prison, what you think about you. What you think about you is the bigger prison than what others think about you. What others think about you is able to give you suffering because what you think about you gets altered based on what others think about you. If what you think about you stays stably, so what others think about you will never be a prison for you. Because what you think about you is so lucid and lucid. What others think about you becomes a prominent prison. Be very clear. If what others think about you is a prison in which you are stuck, what you think about you is the cell inside the prison where you are stuck. It is much more suffocating. Much more suffocating. What others think about you, if you think that is a prison, what you think about you is a cell inside the prison where you are locked. Please understand. What others think about you impacts only your external life. What you think about you impacts directly your body, your mind. Anybody who has done one Samyama can just play with their so-called diabetes, so-called gastric or acidity, all problem related to hunger. They can cause miracles.
Beautifully, Bhagavan says how we can cause miracles when we are in the space of power of will, going beyond and experiencing the ultimate. That what we think about us is Paramashiva. Life becomes the ultimate. As long as we have our own identities, opinions, judgments, and what we think about ourselves, we are again and again deluded into the space of incompletion. And the best thing is, all this what we think about us is also not part of us. Bhagavan beautifully says it's mostly the gut bacteria which triggers all the incompletions or all the confusions that we experience. The more and more we remove all that, simply we'll be in restful awareness who we are. We can see it very clearly. It is just smugged by all this bacteria in us, and detoxing is the only way to experience the true us, who we are. Panchakriya, Haritaki, neem juice, castor oil, and Bhagavan has given the beautiful herbs, Karsalangani, Ponnangani, and Thuduvale. All these again and again Bhagavan reminds us so that our body gets detox and we can simply relax in such a oneness space with ourselves, to be just with ourselves, to manifest who we are as Paramashiva. Here in Shakshi Pramana, they have taken the 2 glasses to experience the change of the temperature. You can have a solid or you can have a liquid, it doesn't matter. But more and more, if you have a solid, a thermometer, that will be the most appropriate one. So you can take the temperature, at least twice you take the temperature, because make sure it's not just some values, but it really shows the correct values every time you test it. And it can be a solid or liquid, but room temperature. Don't take it very cold and make it warm, or don't do something from a hot oven and make it cool. Let it be room temperature. Take it and take the temperature twice and then start chanting the Mahavakya. It can be yours, or you can have a partner holding that object, a solid, for you. And simply through Mahavakya, we're going to increase the temperature by the power of will. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. Again and again, who you are is consciousness. The pure space who you are, that in the deep sleep that you experience. Now, in the waking state, when the mind merges into the Paramashiva space, the inner space, it will simply see the ultimate nectar. When Ramakrishna Paramahamsa asked Swami Vivekananda, if you are a bee and I give you a immortal nectar, what would you do? And Swami Vivekananda said, I will sit in a corner and sip nicely. And Swami Ramakrishna Paramahamsa says, Swami Vivekananda, you should not be in the corner, you should jump and dive in and just get into that whole nectar, because it is nectar of immortality. All we need to do is drop our identities, whatever we know as ourselves, and hold Paramashiva's lotus feet, dissolve into his lotus feet, and disappear into Him in deep gratitude, giving up our identity, our self, and what we experience, the ultimate. It is like you moving out of a car which does not have a brake, clutch, or a steering wheel. And Paramashiva is going to drive, not only drive, he'll make it fly and make it so auspicious for you. All we need to do is surrender our identities that we are doing something in our life. Again and again, Paramashiva says, only when we are an empty flute, we can play the music so beautiful in the hands of Parandama. Same way, we have to become completely empty by dropping all that. How you go into the deep sleep. Same way, bring that restful awareness by dropping everything and disappearing into Paramashiva by chanting Mahavakya, entangling with Bhagavan in the oneness space, and with the deep listening. The listening removes the thought, and the Mahavakya raises your frequency, and simply you experience a oneness, that is the feeling connection, again and again, merging with Paramashiva, who you are, merging into the ocean. The collective integrity simply happens in your life as the ultimate. And understanding that everybody is Paramashiva will make you experience the ultimate. Now for few minutes, let's chant the Mahavakya to change the temperature. You can take a picture of what you saw, that thermometer reading. Clearly, you can take a picture before, and at the end of the cycle, you can take another picture after measuring it and post it and share it with the world. Let's start chanting the Mahavakya intensely with a deep surrender and deep gratitude. Paramashiva is real, with a deep listening. Let's start chanting.
Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's spirit manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all of us. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Whatever now you have experienced, please go ahead and measure the temperature again. If it has increased or decreased, take a picture of that and measure it a couple of times so that it is accurate. It's not giving some random detail. And make sure it is 5 units above or below the temperature that you are seeing. And we are now doing increasing the temperature. So it would be nice if you see 5 more than what you have got it the previous time. And beautifully, when Bhagavan used to go for taking bath in temple tank, Raghupati Yogi, he used to just touch 4 points, and only in that place it used to be warm water. Raghupati Yogi was a great yogi where he would drink the water and from his nose the ice cubes would come, or just by touching a pot of water with rice, immediately it will get the cooked. He doesn't use any solar energy or any other energy, but just by touching the food, or it will become rice and it will become food and he can consume it. Such a power of yogi he is to manifest the powers of willpower. All you need to know is you are Paramashiva. You're stronger than the nuclear force. You are Brahmanya Bahuputratam. You are the favorite inheritant of the cosmos. You are so powerful simply by declaring that you are Paramashiva, not the ups and downs what you see in the life. Beyond that, you exist as consciousness. If you're making the food into blood or the air into oxygen, your body and the brain is designed for all this super consciousness as your physical reality. That's why Bhagavan says, power manifestation of all these powers, nothing super about it. It's the very nature who you are. The God particle is already there and it is so powerful that you can experience that. If you don't use that energy in trying to delude yourself, you will use that energy to experience the ultimate. So we'll have one more cycle of few more minutes, 5 more minutes of manifesting the power of will, increasing the temperature of the solid. Let's sit straight with the head, neck and spine in a straight line and take the temperature of the solid again and start again with a pure space of oneness. Surrender everything. Sit with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands as Paramashiva or any Ishtadevata, Kalabhairava, Venkateshwara. Hold that space continuously and chant the Mahavakya, and with a deep listening and gratitude and merging into Paramashiva, manifest the power of will. Let's start chanting few minutes. Paramashiva is real. Consciousness is real. Collective integrity can simply make this as reality. Just start chanting the Mahavakya with a deep gratitude.
Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's spirit manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Varni open up. Manifest in all of us.
Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the power in all our directions. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Paramashivoham, Paramashivoham.
Let Paramashiva's spirit manifest in all our burdens. Let the Amrita pour. Let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful. Whatever Paramashiva has shown, please go ahead as prasada. Verify the temperature of the object or liquid that you have kept and make sure it is authentically measured twice so that it is clear. And if it is 5 units or higher than what the temperature showed, that will be exactly manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. But whatever changes that you see, even in the taste, you can share that experience because it is the prasada that you are experiencing. So please go ahead, share all that pictures and your powerful space as Power Manifester, your experiences and initiation from Bhagwan, the powerful cognition from Bhagwan. You can share all this and thank Bhagwan for all that he is showering on us. Again and again, we ask you to share because this is part of the power manifestation. When you write it in your own words, then you are listening becomes very deep. That's how you get grounded to manifest more powers. especially when you share it with your friends and families and enriching and causing. That is all about collective integrity. The perfect manifestation, the extreme manifestation is extreme causing, Bhagavan says. The only thing that we need to do is go on, share with everybody, because everybody is Paramashiva. That is the existential reality. When you are Paramashiva, you will look at everything as Paramashiva. When you are only the materialistic world, you look at everything as matter. The more and more you share and cause others reality that they are Paramashiva, your own self expands more and more as Paramashiva. If you see the $sign in the YouTube in the chat, please go ahead, click on that, and you can offer your gratitude to Bhagwan. Again and again, any donation that you do simply builds the Kailasha in your inner space. All this is to get the inner space as Kailasha. You don't get anything as an objective world, but you get the Kailasha itself as your inner space. The more and more we are voting for something that we believe very strong, we start manifesting that as our reality. So these small exercise is to give us that breakthrough. So whoever is offering, thank you so much for offering at Bhagwan's lotus feet. Let's offer all this powerful cognition, power manifestation at Bhagwan's lotus feet in deep gratitude and thanking Bhagwan. Thanking all of you in all the social media for simple integrity, simple obedience, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva as daily Jnanapatha that we are committed to, holding that beautiful space of oneness and collective integrity, manifesting these powers. With the powerful cognition, Paramashiva is real in my thought, word, and action. Paramashiva is real as my existential reality. Seeing everyone as Paramashiva, as my powerful cognition, holding that and ending the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you so much. The next session will be at 6 p.m. IST time. You can join in the Zoom session. You can join through KAILASA for more power manifestation. Thank you, Nithyanandam.